Okay, what is up, everybody? We are back in the building, man. Another day, another Etheria restart, all right? But either way, guys, we are streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Wherever you're at, definitely make sure that you guys like the stream and pick your poison, whichever one you prefer. We are basically, actually, I kind of did my grind. We got some little maintenance stuff to do on the account. But we're going to be swapping over to the free-to-play account because I'm super behind on that one. I still want to be able to grind that up and kind of get that going because I want to play that account very, very different. And when I say very different, I mean like 1,000 times different than how I've been playing this account. But either way, let's go ahead and let's see what's going on in the chat. Yo, what's good, Bojack? How you doing, fam? What's up, Lucia, MVP? Yo, what's good, Tacticus? How you doing? Or Tacticus, how you doing, fam? Misery, what's good, fam? Yo, Misery, how you doing, bro? Yo, Wimmies, what's good, fam? Katsura, what's good, bro? King's Key, what's up, man? Shark Fang, what's up, bro? You said, looks. You said so like your eyes are closed. Random clicks. OP. Wait, what? You said check Mocha's voice line. Your turn to act one and tell me that she's not saying she's gonna eat your toes. Bro, what? That's mad random. Okay, I'm gonna check it out. Okay. What's good, unknown? You said you use your selector on class. How you feeling about that choice? You said, how am I doing today? Man, I'm doing great, bro. I can't complain. I took a necessary break so I could spend some time with Miss Zox before she goes on her road trip. So yeah, I'm gonna be straight streaming and and gaming while she's gone. But yeah, she's about to be gone for I think like a week or something like that. So yeah, I'll be here though. I'll be here. I don't have anywhere but here to be, you know? Yeah, that's funny. You said W week. Yeah, that week is gonna be kind of interesting. He said put Heinrich. Oh, congrats on the Heinrich too, Zafrael. You said 1 week of freedom. No, I wouldn't say that. Yo, dude, I actually enjoy my my time with my fiance. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Some people don't. I met some people that like straight up will like go. They rather be at work than be with their significant other. I've seen that. That's just funny to me. But yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, Kat. That's normal. Yeah. I'm telling you, if you ask a lot of people, at least here in the States, that's pretty normal. Yeah. You'll meet a lot of people that's like that. I'm pretty sure they're all over the place though. You said play the account 1,000% different, so close my eyes. Or eyes closed as the moon, I'm dead. You say he's like Marvel on cracks that help push Doki Doki and Terra Matan. Oh, you're talking about with the class? Yeah. Class is really, really good. You said community is mad there isn't a 2 times. What's your thoughts? I mean, y'all really want my thoughts? Yeah, I was about to say, like, I think people assume there's a lot of assumptions happening and they're becoming, because this has been happening like the whole week. I'm gonna be honest, right? So even like down to the whole whatchamacallit, Aurora like thing, like Aurora was always supposed to be immune to Dot. So everybody's been asking me like, why didn't you go crazy? Why aren't you making? And I'm like, bro, it was, I mean, they just really, they put it back to where it was intended. Now, what I will say sucks is those that were like going super crazy and were like clearing it already. That I would say they will have to maybe try to rectify that aspect of it. But then there's also still the reset unless people like blast it, their reconfigure. Yeah, I mean, Aurora was always supposed to be dot immune. So there was that. And like I said, I think that like the thing that they need to really probably address really is the fact that there's people that like were able to clear it and then now they're like, oh well, now that you can't. I can get that, right? Because if you built like your team around Cynia, that kind of does suck. Because that's what I was saying before. Like when you're building up certain units, you're not just building up the unit, you're also building a team around them. So it kind of is like there's that. But yeah, I'm not gonna negate the communication part. Yeah, I feel like the communication part is definitely always important. Yeah, definitely very, very important. But yeah, as far as the like actual matter that they're trying to make the issue, I don't necessarily agree with those being the issues, but I think like the communication part is definitely the biggest thing. We said that, and that's what's kind of interesting to me because I'm like, they keep saying it's a character nerf, but I'm like, it's not. She was never supposed to work in there like that. And I'm telling you why. And I'll tell you exactly why, right? Because in CBT 1 and 2, okay, so here's a lore story, right? The strongest unit in the game, okay? The strongest unit in the game was Shadow Sania. This was before they added Kloss into the game. This was before they added, Freya and all these other units that like were using like the Ramokas. Like those units didn't even exist yet. So in those CBTs, Shadow Sania and Dot literally ran the game in like a day or two. Like I would give or take a day. You could get the end game in a day with Shadow Sania. Like that's what it basically was. So Dots had this really weird kind of progressive like I'll say like kind of shift in each beta where like even like I was playing like even in PvP, I used to do a Dot team for my PvP and for my RTA team, and then it's like so many things shifted and changed with like even the combinations and attributes changed. I don't know, like some people remember that stuff. Attributes changed. Some of the characters like allocation for their skills changed. So it even kind of further emphasized like who you were gonna like invest in. Like so it changed a lot. So Dot just kind of fell off like in terms of like PvP utility too. So yeah, I mean, to be honest, like the main thing, like I said, is that they really just have to address that because that's the biggest thing is the communication part. But yeah, for what it's worth, I mean, it didn't nerf Sania. She was never really supposed to work there. And it's like, I think that's what like is kind of like blurring the line. It's like different when you blatantly nerf a unit versus like fixing something. And that's what like kind of has been happening this whole week. It's like everything has been a nerf, and it's like, wait, what? Like they did that with Terra Matan. They were like, did you see like the nerf for Terra Matan? I'm like, the nerf? I'm like, what nerf? And they're like, oh, the resistance to turn meter manipulation. And I'm like, that's not a nerf. That's just I'm like, that's just a mitigation. That's all that is. And really, for what it's worth, you can still DPS it. You just have to adjust your teams accordingly. So like things that are like, and I'm even starting to see my team start to operate a little bit better as I'm actually starting to shift how I'm building my team comps. Because I think a lot of it is like trying to just go in there and one shot. Whereas it's like not every team setup is going to be a one shot. I got to shout out True Evil. He's been farming freaking Doki Doki, I think like hell 3 or 4 without a Ramoka even. Like, right? Like, so there's people that are figuring out different strategies that don't necessarily require certain units. Again, his run's not 30 seconds, but he's able to clear it. So it's like, it's the same thing. The 2 times event, so for what I at least know, and this is all I can say as far as what I know, the 2 times event was ran the way it was in the beta because every single beta we've had some sort of invitational, right? So there was always a competitive like reason for the 2 times to be active when they at least had it active. So when they ran it last time, that was right before the qualifications finished for RTA, and it gave those people, I guess, enough time to be able to get gear and to be able to qualify for that invitational. So a lot of those individuals, like I think Sturby, you had a few homies like Ragewood, Neva, they were able to qualify. So that's what I at least recall the 2 times being ran for, was so people actually had a chance to actually farm up like the gear towards the end of the beta. But there was never like a official on release. Like it's the typical people took it and was like, oh, this is gonna happen officially, but they never said, hey, this is what we're doing officially. So like and people ask me even then what they're doing with the 2 times. I'm like, well, it's gonna be a thing. We just don't know when, right? Because even on the test servers, the 2 times event was active just up there. Like there was no like, oh, it started this day on the 2nd week or something like that. But in the beta, they ran it the 2nd week because that was the last week. So I don't know exactly what they're gonna do for that. But yeah, a lot of it is just like kind of information that people just kind of ran with, and then they made it into law, but no one ever officially said that that was what was happening. So at least from what I recall, I don't recall anyone saying that. So yeah. You said the devs need to improve the communication to be proactive, rather than reactive. I mean, but I mean, it's give and take on both sides. Like it's like every day I get in the game, you guys tell me something completely new every day. I'm like, wait, what? Like, I'm like, what happened? Like, there's only but so much the devs can realistically do, though. Also, when there's just stuff that spreads like wildfire, so it's like they have to catch whiff of stuff and then address it. So that's why I said it's kind of like even for me, like I don't know a lot of stuff until you guys say, like, straight up tell me. Because if I'm not streaming with you guys, I'm either making my videos or I'm like messaging people directly, like, you know, or I'm in my own Discord. So that's why I don't really be knowing, like, when y'all be like, wait, this has happened. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, okay. You said I'm confused, or are people, some CCs acting like the beta was the actual game? Changes were made before the release. Yeah, so that's part of the problem. Everything in a beta is subject to change. They said that it would be somewhat similar, but they never said that it would officially be mirroring. So it's kind of like, I don't know, like for me, I don't make like certain types of content anyway, but I'm not going to get on video and be upset about something that wasn't officially like released. Like, you get what I mean? Like if they, because even if they decided to change characters before the release, I mean, they like, what am I supposed to do about that? It wasn't finalized. It's a lot of the things that when the game hits the active date of we're live and we're official, that's when everything starts to matter. Right. So that's why I said I don't like negate the stuff like they fixing, you know, them fixing Aurora and people filling away because of their teams and stuff, because that was active after the release. But even that reasoning, it's like there's a blurred line in the reason. They're like, oh, they just want to nerf the character. And it's like, I'm like, no, that's never just been the case. Because if they just want to nerf the character, they would have just nerfed the Ting, right? Like, it would make zero sense to nerf Shadow Sania, but not the Ting at that point. Like, so it's like even the logic behind it wouldn't make sense. Like, why not nuke the one character that's like one tapping bosses? Like at that point, like. You said a lot of these issues are happening because people make up info and run with it. Aurora had the immunity in beta, and a lot of creators didn't know because they didn't test it. That is actually facts, though. That's why I said I'm kind of like, again, I can get one side of it, but then it's like the other side where it's like, oh, they just are making this nerf, and I'm like, wait, what? Like, they didn't. It wasn't like that. They implemented that immunity because of Shadow Sania way before. Yeah, so they had been did that. You said, honestly, people can't understand that they shouldn't expect things to happen on live that happened on beta. They literally said that it's subject to change. And on live release, they already implemented the changes, like Terra HP buff, but people thought they shadow nerfed it because they only realized it when they actually got their hands on Terra Hell, which happened pretty late because of the level gating. Yeah. You said the same thing goes with Shadow Sania Aurora thing. Yeah. It's the same thing, man. Like that's really what it is. That's why I personally haven't gone crazy like about the rage in the community, because I'm just like, well, I'm like, I was aware. I'm not even gonna kid you. Not I thought I didn't even realize that it wasn't working. But again, I wasn't building Shadow Sania, so yeah, Terra was like that too as well. You said you said the T is my goat with the F is a Leon. I'm sleep. You said so we farming. Yeah, so basically all my stamina for the day, I need to just go and do like some maintenance stuff, but and then we're swapping over to my other account. Yeah, yeah, bro. I mean, like, to be honest, man, yeah, for what it's worth, like I would say, like, if you still have the reset, I don't even know. I could put it. I think the best way I can put it is that, like, for at least from what I'm gaining with this game is like, and what I've always kind of knew was going to be the case is like you're going to have to build more than just the one things that you are building, basically. You know, like the other thing is too is the progressive buildup. Like I feel like there's people that like barely can auto farm Hell 2, but they want to farm Hell 4 for some reason. I'm like, bro, like you gotta get your stuff on auto. You gotta kind of like you gotta clean it up, like get your stuff going first before you can, like, because I'm even looking at some people's accounts and they're just like, I can't do Hell 4, and I'm like, but bro, you don't even have like solid, like, okay, like, I'm like, I don't know. So even for my account, like I'm doing the progressive farm up as well. I'm not blasting everything. I'm not doing Hell 3 consistently. I'm not doing Hell 4. I could probably do Hell 4 and Doki Doki if I slowed my damn team down, but you said people like being upset over everything. I'm just here grinding to accounts, seeing which one I like the best. Yeah. You said my Hell 2 is 100% consistent, but Hell 3 pisses me off, bro. But because the thing is that everything correlates to everything in this game. Like as you're going up, it correlates to the next like tier of shells, right? So when you get to having access to equipment with 3 matrix bonuses, and then you also have shells with 3 matrix bonuses, you're playing a whole different game, right? Like that's an astronomical shift. Like even what you'll notice in like rotations, when you have characters, like I'll show you what my run is starting to evolve into for Terra Matan, right? Because like I'm like, again, even me, right? I'm like, my team isn't ready yet for Hell 3, right? But when I started like building up my stuff, I'm like going back and I'm progressively shifting and checking it. And it's just like, okay, how can I get this team to work, right? And I'm like, okay, I invested in, like, for example, 2 gigabytes. And that alone already shifted how much DPS I'm able to do to the boss. That alone, right? So, like, let me see who I have on the team. Oh, wait, I got to re-equip my Freya. Because minimum, right? And this is another thing a lot of people don't realize. Minimum, to be able to rotate fast on the boss, you need an extra 121 speed. I think it's 121, 122 speed. So if you don't have that, you're not rotating before Terra Matan. Like it's literally not happening. so like that means that you need to be rolling like +8s on pieces, +5s, stuff like that, right? The Ramoka's there for targeting. She's not there for any other reason. It's like 240 on Hell 4, barely got it with Lily, and Lily literally is going to be pushing you. So it depends on who you're running, right? So the problem is that when you use, like, because I'm not trying to kill with Ramoka, I'm actually trying to force. So this is why I said using certain characters, you got to understand their gimmicks, right? So like if you're using, like, say the Leon, her damage is pretty like spread, but she's gonna do more damage to the left arm. If I'm trying to kill and just focus the main body, I need to make sure that the targeting that's coming from the team goes straight into the main body. Otherwise, if the HP is too low on the left arm, it's gonna go straight to the left arm for the targeting and for his passive. So that's why she's there, right? But again, I'm just adjusting my team, and I'm gonna make this team work, right? For what it's worth, I'm 1000% gonna make this team work. You said check out the remote voice line when you get a chance. Is it in combat? You said I can barely outspeed Suki versus Born. Yeah. Yeah, it's like yeah, bro. Suki is very fast. To be honest. You said we're sharing immune to dots in the beta. Yeah, she literally is the dot, like she's a dot unit. she's like she was always like that. She was always like that. You said bottom left. Hold on. Bottom left. Wait, but what VA is it in though? Is it JP or CN you're listening to? Victory. Jesus Christ, I can't read. It says that's another problem entirely. Said so they wouldn't have known about the bosses because yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, Saya. It is. He said. So do you think it's worth to keep the dot units invested for terror? Since it seems like it's Inferno dot. Wait, it seems like for Inferno dot is no good. I mean, to be honest, you gotta still farm. Like, what level are you? Because the thing is that you're not going to be how can I put it, right? Like, let's say everybody's in the 40s right now, right? Like, you gotta still farm up your gear. Like, the real reason why you're farming Inferno isn't because you're trying to get more of these sets. It's because you're trying to get these sets, right? The specialized core, the specialized cores. The specialized cores are extra to what you already have, and you can only equip one of these sets, right? Now, my thing is that, like, even before then, I think dots should still be fine. I think the thing what you have to be aware of is that you have to strip immunity. So you need someone that can strip immunity. This is where I feel like characters like the Mizuki, the Heinriches, the Veronicas, characters like that are going to be like key. They're going to be very, very important because if you're not able to strip that immunity, then you can't land any of your debuffs. So that's why I'm going to test out Mizuki on my other account if I can get her, because I was playing around with her a little bit on this account. And one of the other things that kills you a lot isn't necessarily that you might not even necessarily have enough damage. It's the fact that every time the arms rotate, and specifically the right arm, it's buffing Terramatan. So I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to that. Terramatan isn't just getting an attack buff. He's also getting a defense buff. So that defense buff is going to make it to where you can't deal X amount of damage. And that happens within 2 turns. Now, if Terramatan is rotating too fast, he's going to have that defense buff before you even have the opportunity to rotate to your second turn. So that's why it's like you're getting gear checked. So you literally have to you either have to strip his buffs along the way. This is why like slower teams are actually going to be probably a lot easier for people to build, at least initially, because a lot of the units that you can use, like for example, say like the Mizuki, she actually has a skill 3 that she throws this giant ball and it can dispel that, right? Like she just straight up dispel that. You said that's why you use Marvel to strip buffs. And then also his turn meter push isn't as impactful either. Turn meter still and pushback gets what is it called? Mitigated. Yeah. You said, bro, turn meter is reduced nerf by 60%. It's better to use Dispel. Yeah, Dispel is going to be way safer. And the other thing is too is that it makes sense as to why they did a defense scale unit versus an attack unit for something like that. You said turn meter is no good on Hell Plus. Yeah, you're better off. Let me show you something, right? Let me show you something. I was just testing it, right? Now, granted, these aren't complete runs, but I was just trying to see, like, okay, what makes more sense? Like, does it make more sense for me to go in here with turn meter push or turn meter still, right? So let's take Chiaki the Echo, for example. Now, this is with Gigabyte. Let's go into Hell 2, right? Because I know some people are still struggling here. And I'll even show it in Hell 3 with the hits, right? But let's say I'm not going to use Freya here, right? So Chiaki the Echo, bro. I'm so mad I didn't think about building her earlier, because now I'm kind of in a place where I've already like started building other things. But Chiaki the Echo is low key gonna be way better just because of the fact that like her percentage is her percentage. And the other thing is that one thing that kind of cooks your runs too is the pushback. That's what really be cooking. It's that damn it's that pushback. It's just like that's what takes you all the way back, right? So let's talk about the cutting part, right? So I'm gonna show it to you guys because I was gonna do a video on this, but just so you guys can actually understand it more visibly, right? All right, so we're gonna go with the Valerian, right? So Chiaki the Echo is fast enough. So I got like 109, something like that, right? So the turn meter push is gonna allow me to be able to cut, right? Now my whole team, minus my Valerian, is basically now in the front. If I was trying to do this with my Freya, I would have to bank on my Dyna being able to push back, which keep in mind that's now reduced some. And then I would also have to rely on buffs happening at that point too for me to be able to get more pushback if I was going Freya, right? Now, I'm gonna go for the setup. Oh, mid body. Okay. Now, only reason why I do that is because of that, right? And I hit the wrong arm, but that's besides the point. That's not even the point of this, right? So now I'm gonna actually heal here, right? Now they're gonna go. That's a cut, right? So they went. Yeah, I hit the wrong arm by mistake, but that wasn't even what I was trying to show, right? So they went on the right arm, and my Chiaki got a 35% push with Gigabyte. So when Gigabyte's maxed out, it's a 35% push, right? And that's every 3 times that the enemy goes. That's including both the arms. And so having 2 of those, that means whoever I have there that's there to either rotate, push my team, keep my units alive, it's giving them a chance to basically cut Terramatan and the arms off completely. And it's not factoring that I'm fast yet, right? So once I get the speed, me being able to cut like that, now I'm contesting Terramatan. Because that's the issue a lot of players are having. They can't contest Terramatan's speed. And you're probably not going to be able to, especially going up to like probably like Hell 2 or really Hell 3. So you're going to need something like Gigabyte so you can cut. Because otherwise you're just going to be getting cooked, right? And I'm just showing it with Chiaki because she can do it, right? She can literally help rotate your team. Now, this is without any skill up investment. But if I had the skill up investment, this would actually be a skill 3 on a... I think it would have like, what, 2 turns left or 3 turns? I think it would be 2 turns, actually. It would be 2 turns left on it. And so that would allow me to rotate her faster. And then Terramatan would go, the arm would go. And then now I get another push, right? So it would literally allow me to be able to rotate this boss way faster. And then there should be another whatchamacallit happening in a minute too, right? So let me actually slow it down so you guys can see it. All right, so this arm goes, hits somebody, tries to kill him, yeah. Gigabyte activates, that's a cut. Gigabyte activates again, that's another cut, right? And so now my units are, like Chiaki just went, right? And she's cutting now. So that's that 35% push. So that's like something that's gonna be a big thing for your units that you need to be opening and going fast. Right? They need something like Gigabyte because unless you have that, even if you have the raw 120 something speed, you still need that to be able to help you push. Like that's going to help you out a ton. But other than that, I can auto this, right? Other than the fact that I hit the damn wrong boss. But I even showed you guys this with Leon. I used the gray all the way up to at least Hell 2. You should be able to farm with even some of the free characters that you get. But yeah, so you said, I'm here to ask a fellow gacha lover to ask for help, please. I don't know where I went wrong. So I'm level 33 and I can't clear Nightmare Phoebian or Terra consistently. What do you got going on, Brisk? What's up, fam? You said my Mia unskilled is amazing everywhere that I need control. Yeah, Mia does work unskilled. It might be Twitch lax. Because I don't see it dropping on YouTube. It might be just dropping on Twitch. Do you think Gray with max skill investment can do better than Dyna and Terra? Damage wise, yes. Debuff wise, no. No. Her debuffs are kind of like massive, to be honest. He can do more damage though, because you're gonna build him for damage there, but she's definitely gonna out debuff him. That's like all she really is there for. But he also buffs. So depending on who he's paired up with, he can add value to the team in that way. But he's not gonna out debuff her. Like that is just is what it is. He can't out debuff Dyna. He said, "Do you think we should max refresh today with the potential of no 2 times?" I mean, I did really. To be honest, like the thing is that they haven't said anything. At least hoping they'll give us a little bit of time before they just throw a 2 times event in the game, and maybe give us like some pots so that we can actually take advantage of it. But like at this point, I'm just kind of chilling though. Like I'm just kind of grinding like what I need to grind, and then I'm progressively pushing up where I can. So right now, I'm just really fixated on trying to get my team like shells fleshed out. So I want to show you guys how many shells I've built up, right? These shells were all built in the last day, by the way, right? I built up two white fangs, 2 gigabytes, freaking Dark Moon, Artisan, and I'm still using some of my other ones that I want to keep, like my Black Flag. I'm using Electro Squid until I'm ready to do a Supernova, and Diamond Heart's about to phase out anyway because I have the Artisans now. So, yeah, I'm literally building my shells because I'm telling you guys, if you don't build your base foundation stuff, you could have modules all day, but those are literally multipliers. Like I keep trying to emphasize that to people is that multipliers don't have as much value if the bases aren't that good. So you need that, and then the specific skills. The specific skills are huge. Like the gigabyte cut, 35% raw turn meter push is crazy. That's gonna make a big difference. The Artisan jumps up from like, what is it on Diamond Heart? It's 550 to a 260 multiplier for the shield scale to 700 with a 350. You know, on the multiplier for the shield scale. That's a huge save for your team. Said, did you play E7 at all? Yeah, crazy. I did actually play E7. I played pretty heavily when I was playing it. I'm actually gonna be once we kind of get into like our standard grind cycle, I'm gonna be picking back up E7 to play in between streams. You said, should we reset Valerian since we have Ling Lao now? No, no, you won't. You wouldn't do that. If anything, what you would do is you would actually just whoever you need in a scenario, you could swap gear. And I would even say there could be some instances where you also could possibly use them together, because Ling Lao is going to take you a little bit of time to fully invest in. Ling Lao can out-heal Valerian, but she can't outdo Valerian and everything else. So there's a lot of things that Valerian is bringing to the table that you're not going to get from Ling Lao. Like, let's say you reset her. Say you're also using Valerian for your Terramatan team, you lose death prevention. Right, which is a pretty big gimmick or mechanic to have when you're trying to deal with these fast rotating arms that literally can one-shot you before you even have a chance to go, right? You said since you play E7, you know about Fribbles. Yes, I know about Fribbles. I'm not too sure about the MCD, but I definitely know about Fribbles. So what sets do you have? It said what sets have the highest pure burst DPS? Since there's so many passives. Depends on the unit, but I would say for some of the main ones that people are using, Keen Eye is going to be like up there, and Fury is going to be up there. It depends on the character and their instance and how they hit, how they apply damage. So like, for example, like Ramoka is going to be nuts on Fury because it's going to be based off the final damage. So Fury gives her a ton of value because she's able to take advantage of that on her splash. Momentum is good for debuff oriented teams. That falls to the wayside if you don't have enough debuffs. So it all depends on the comp you're running, because there's some units that excel in being in buff oriented teams, like AKA Leon, or if you're using like units like, say, Tiamat, because that's how they're able to build up their damage or whatever stacks and stuff like that fairly well. Yeah, Messiah, yeah, Fury and Kenai, yeah, he's nuts on that. But then you have other units like, and that's why I'm so sad she's not in the game, but Hoyan was easily the strongest unit in the game on momentum. That was like her build. Like, you put her on momentum, everything was dying. Like, it was like whatever she hit, you knew was dead. That's how she worked. And she didn't have to mark or do any of that crap. Like, that was just her raw DPS. So yeah, that was how that kind of goes. You said my characters are all around 140 to 165 speed, trying to clear Nightmare Terror, Amphibian. Wait, what characters do you have, Brisk? Because for Phoebian, when I was going through that, I AoE nuked that. I'm not sure if you have your Twilight Knight investment yet, but those are the pets that are required in order for you to do enough damage there. You got to have Twilight Knights on your DPS. I would say at that point you need like Black Flag. So you're going to farm, you're going to try to get those clears. You say you have one? Okay. So that's good then. So that should be on, I'm not sure your main DPS is you're using, but if you're using Leon, it should be on her. But then like some of the other minor tweaks or things that can help, if you have like somebody that's able to do some form of pushback, like a Kraken can help, a Marvel can help. Obviously some of the higher rarity ones like Mio, Klaas, you got, trying to think who else helps really well with that fight. Really honestly, any movement pushers, like anyone that can push back, that can damage amp, huge there. Dinah, Klaas, they're nuts there. They'll help you out a ton. As far as like something you could do, I don't know if you like have like a Valerian or anyone for like some form of sustain, but having somebody to keep you alive is going to be huge as well, especially when you're first trying to do it, because once you get enough damage and you have enough pushback to be able to rotate, you should be able to clear it after that. So you have the Ting and Leon. So so in that scenario, give it to your Ting if he has good gear on. Because if that's the case, then he should be able to actually deal with both Phoebe and Phoebian all in his own. You just have to make sure that they're the lowest HP so he can mark them. That's it. That's the only task you would really have at that point, because even Twilight Knight targets the person with the lowest HP. So if you're using the Ting, you basically got to follow or respect the same gimmick that the Twilight Knight has. You said when you getting rid of your Twilight Knight? As soon as I had a respective fully built White Fang, I got rid of one of them. Right. So the way I did it was I basically went like this. Right. I hammered it down. So I gave it to another character. I said, okay, I'm building up one. I max awoken one. Right. That's a replacement. I started building my second one. Once I got that one to 40, then I said, oh, no, my other Twilight Knight, I can take that out now. Right. So I don't get rid of certain shells until I have a like full replacement for it. And I mean, like, it has to like damn near like surpass it. Like, I'm not gonna take it off as soon as I get a White Fang and take it to 20. Like, no, I need that joint max because I want it to be giving me the optimal value. So I'm doing the damage. So that's basically what I've done. You said, it's a how's your Ethernet rally? I'm hard stuck on the second bosses. Bro, I did the cheesiest thing, yo. I did the cheesiest thing, bro. I literally I'm stuck on two of the bosses too, right? Funny enough, I beat the Shadowrunner with like some crazy weird team. I think I used it was like a half-built Tia, a 3-star Kraken. Like I just went in there and I beat that like that, right? And it was funny because I was like, bro, I go into Jox. Jox is just slapping me. I'm like, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna have to build up like, I'm really gonna have to build up something like mad specific for this fight because he's mad annoying. Like, I'm like, bro, you're just gonna get faster and you're gonna hit all the time too. So I think for that fight, at least for my blue dark team, my issue there is I didn't really have a lot of units built up for that. Valerian isn't the only option there, right? You got to remember, you got to clear this with 2 different teams. That's where the challenge comes in. So my first team is okay to do the clear, to be honest, right? But my second team, and so in my head, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go back and I'm gonna go and rebuild my stuff so I can cut. So now when I like use my gigabytes and stuff like that, I should be fine. But yeah, before that, it wasn't feasible with like how unbuilt my blue and my disorder units were. Like that's probably the most unbuilt type I have on my account, period. Like everything else is built fairly well. You said I have to ask how are people level 46. It said some people have bought some of the packs, so they're a little bit higher. And he said I've been fairly hyper efficient on stand, but I'm only at 40. What am I missing? Maybe you might have missed a day of refills, day of we've gotten stamina from some of everywhere. There's different events that give the stamina. All the events I think damn near give stamina. There was a reset, so if your union was performing well, you got stamina from the logins from that and from completing that. I'm trying to think where else you can get stamina from, bro. There's a lot of places you can get stamina from. Like, to be honest, because I'm 44, and I think the only reason why that is because one day I think I had my stamina maybe capped for a little bit too long, so there was that. But to be honest, like, there's no real rush, man, because you got to still farm, right? Like 2 levels, like who cares? Because you still got to farm. I'm telling you right now, there's people that literally farmed triple the amount of other people and still don't have the stuff required to clear like the higher stuff. And there's going to be people that don't even farm a fraction and they're going to be able to push farther, right? Like it's just RNG too. Like I'm seeing people right now with the plus 124s and crazy stuff right now on their speed. And I'm just like, dang, like, yo, every piece of gear, I kid you not, this is not even a joke. I can show you guys every piece of gear I have on my account. I have rolled nothing over probably 1+8, just one. I have not rolled anything more than that. I think everything else has been max. I think I got 1+5 and everything else is a literal 2 roll. Like, I kid you not. I have not had any gear roll like high like that. So that's what I'm playing against. So that's why I'm telling you guys, like, you're going to have to, the only way you can counteract lack of speed is by cutting, having something that gives you a burst push, because otherwise what do you do, right? Like, it's like you have to build up your base stats, get your base required speed up, and then you'll be able to start kind of fine tuning your speeds on your subs, because that's the other part of the battle is like, I mean, like you do, like if you want your unit to open, they have to be faster. And it makes sense because as you go up in most games and the content, the speed requirement changes. Like that's usually what happens. So in Terror, they're like, hey, bro, you better be at that 121 minimum or you just get clapped. Like that is what it is. So, hey, everybody got to respect it, I guess, at the end of the day. You said, who do you think is the next banner? Probably, we're speculating it should be possibly Hoyan and maybe Hoden. We just don't know what banner types they're going to get. Like if it's going to be, I don't know if they're going to do a dual banner, if they're going to do a singular banners. I have no clue. I couldn't even answer that, to be honest. You said, what's the best way to farm? You said Etheria coin, shell farm, or modules. Well, to be honest with you, you probably should be doing like focusing more on your shells, because you can also get Etheria coin farming shells as well. So like you get more Etheria coin though when you're farming modules, in the sense like I'm farming modules and then I'm also selling modules I don't need. But in terms of like importance right now for most accounts is farming shells, because shells affect your base stats. And then once you have solid enough base stats on the characters you're using, you then farm the modules. So the other thing is too, like some people are going to have to farm Hell 1 so that they can get their sets started, right? Because the main thing is that you need to transition into the sets. So a lot of people are missing the fact that when you first transition, right? The reason why it's like so important too is because the first transition, like when you get into Hell, from Nightmare, right? So Nightmare, your damage sets are Battle Will and Onslaught. When you get into Hell 1, it transitions into Keen Eye, and then you have Onslaught, right? And then also Battle Will. But even getting an outstanding pieces on Keen Eye are still good. Like you can still use a Keen Eye outstanding piece to be able to still fulfill the build you need, and that's still going to change your damage. So you don't have to have Mythic, because the main thing is that the base or the percentage rolls will change outside of like the left side pieces, but you can still use those pieces until you get the pieces you need. Like you said, can you show your Dating set? Yeah, right now I have him on right now he's on a Keen Eye right now with like 80-something% crit rate, and then I'm working on the crit damage. The thing with Dating, it's more optimal to have more crit on him than it is to have more crit damage, because he gets like, if I did the math correctly, I think it's like for the excess, it's like every 10%, it's like 15% more crit damage. So you want to make sure that you stock up more on crit rate. Unless you get a really crazy crit damage piece, it's going to be crit rate. Okay. It's going to be crit rate, right? Other than that, when you get a really crazy crit damage piece, and then like say you got like some nasty subs on it, then you can swap into a crit damage piece. So he's not that hard to build, really. He said I already tested. The crit rate helps more than crit damage as you get more crit damage from the crit rate conversion. Yeah, see, Ace. So, hey, at least you can confirm what I'm saying. At least you can confirm what I'm saying, all right? I did a little math, just saying. I can do some math, you know? But at least somebody's here to confirm it, right? So that's that. Because I've seen some people have lower crit rate values, but like way higher crit damage. And I'm like, damn, I don't even think they realize that he could be hitting like way harder. The more crit rate you have on him, the better. Up until, like I said, until you get like the crazy subs on a lot of your pieces, like, and then you're able to hit that requirement, then you can swap into the crit damage piece. You said, what shells do you have on the mill? Oh, White Fang. White Fang with three slot Keen Eye. That's it. So that's it. I mean, that's it. Like I just care about that one set for right now. And I still got about an extra 2K attack. And as I get some of my better pieces, like when I get a better base piece here, that should give me like another 50 attack. I mean, of course, on this side, it's really just a crit rate. I got the max attack bonus percentage. So there's that. You said on my day one account, Freya has 2 days left on the banner. On my new account, it has 6. So I'm confused. Different servers, Durbin, I'm assuming. You said what star is your Chiaki the Echo at the moment? She's like 4-star. 4-star, I think. Or 3-star. Or no, who's that? That's Chaki. Hold on. She might be 3-star. No, she's 4-star. She's 4-star. Both Global 1? I'm not sure. I have to see that. I'm not 100% sure why. You said, am I crazy for building 4 black flags? I mean, not necessarily, but I don't think you need that many. Like, are they all maxed? I don't think you need 4 black flags. I would say, like, at most you might need maybe 2. Like really, yeah, like really 2 solid ones that are invested. Like, I don't think you need 4, to be honest. You said, yeah, you said 4 is a lot. Yeah, 4 is, I mean, well, at least you'll be able to sell them. I mean, there's that. Like, you get, like, this is like $500,000, I think. per max invested epic show. I think it's like $500,000 or something like that. So yeah, you get like $500,000. Yeah, it's like half a mil. It's like $500,000 per. So you can use that to like really build up your whatchamacallit, your mythics. It said who and when can we use is it time weave and stripe set? It depends on what you're trying to do. So a lot of people that are like trying to, it's like countering speed, time weave, strive, I think is what, when you get hit, you get a turn meter push or something like that. It really honestly depends on what you're trying to do. Those are going to be sets that work really well in certain PvP setups. Some of the dungeons you'll definitely see will work. Like some people building like maybe a strive with like the gigabyte wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, so I mean, it really all depends on what you're trying to do. Really, I don't think it was necessarily like just like straightforward. You just build those on every unit that you want. It has to be with some intent. I think like defense oriented units, so units that counter, also are going to take a lot of advantage off of stuff like that. So like between like bloodbath, where it like mitigates like certain amounts of damage, and then you have like those types of sets. Usually they're for units that are like doing something where they're either countering or you're trying to have them cut, stuff like that. Because really all that 10% would be adding to would be like if you're already using something like, say, like a gigabyte, and then you get hit, now you possibly also are getting another 10%. So that again is actually kind of nice. You said, how is Battle Will on the Ting? It's nice, but it's also RNG, right? It's RNG. It's not as good as like Battle Will on a Rosa. Like Rosa with Battle Will is kind of busted, because her kit naturally does like what Battle Will does. So that's kind of the thing. Like she's naturally built for something like Battle Will. So Battle Will just adds more value to her kit. Have you seen a Rosa on Battle Will? Like Rosa on Battle Will be doing some stupid stuff. Like I'd be like, okay, lady, like you ain't supposed to be doing all that. You said, would you max S3 for Ramoka? Yeah, that's her damage ability. And the only one you really need to be concerned with. You said, is there a way to remove some team presets? Yo, you know what's funny? I was just looking at that. I don't know. I like actually genuinely don't know. I was like looking at it. I was like, I think maybe you can cancel the replacement. Hold on, let me see. I think it's cancel. Is it? Is it that? No, it's not that. No, I guess not. Unless maybe you save over it. Or is it plan management? Oh, plan management. There it is. Bro, you know what's funny? I've never actually reset any of these. I've just always left them like this. I've always left them like this. You said, yo, what's up, Hockey? How you doing, fam? You said, appreciate your video. So when do you think you can be Hell 3? How about for your main account? Really, honestly, I think it's as soon as I'm able to fully transition my team into, and not even to my DPS, it's my support. It's really transitioning my support to have enough speed. My issue is speed right now. I don't have enough speed. So like you need minimum like 122, 121, 122 speed to be able to make your supports rotate. And yeah, I don't have enough speed right now. That's like really my dilemma, because the units that I have opening, they can open well, but I would say like if I wanted to say do like a fast BO tit, I need a minimum of like 121, 122. Yes, plus 122. Yes. Yeah, you got to start rolling some speed, because it's yeah. So it's not even like I have the stuff, but I don't have the speed. So yeah, it's you said we need McQueen. I'm dead. Like yeah, so that's where I'm getting cooked right now. Yeah, you definitely need that, and that's why like the cutting pets are kind of like something I'm trying to use to supplement some of that. But I still will at least need one character, because that's the thing. You don't need to get every character to 122, right? You need the character that is going to be rotating to get to that point. Whoever is going to be that character, that character needs to be faster. You said 122, 6-star, 5-star. No, it can work on a 5-star. Yeah, it could work on a 5-star, but just note that the star rarities do affect speed for certain characters. So that's a, you know, that's an important thing to like think about, because like, for example, when I took up who was it that I raised? My Dinah. I think she went from like a 110 base to like 115. So like that 115 matters a lot, just because you know, remembering what Swift Rush is the multiplier. So the multiplier is, it's only going to be better, that 35%, if you have it at that point. You say your Lily is like plus 141. Yeah, you're lucky. The game's cooking me. I think in my video I'm gonna have go live after the stream. I showed that. I was like, listen, I'm getting cooked in speed, because I mean, like, that's all it really is at the end of the day, is I don't have enough speed. So once I have enough speed, then I'm gonna go crazy. To be honest. You said, wasn't that last? She said she was just the last one alive in Ethernet rally. Oh, so people are cheesing it with Ling Lao? Bro, oh my God, I didn't have any stamina to build her today. I was so mad. I was like, I finished all my missions in the weirdest way. Oh, you did it? Oh, damn. Okay. Damn, yeah. See, I gotta build her up, bro. Because, yeah, and to answer that question, guys, no, don't. You said you reset Leon. No, I still have Leon 6-star. And she still has her, whatchamacallit, Senate, her lattice. I'm using my Leon, bro. I'm not playing with you guys. I'm so serious. You said DPS check. Nope, speed check. Yeah, and speed checks do happen sometimes. Like, it had to happen at some point. It for sure was going to happen. But again, it's RNG, so some people got luckier in pieces. I've seen people rolling like plus 12s and like crazy stuff already. I'm like, man, I'm trying. Wait. You said, does Dark Moon pet extend the defense down and on Kloss? And should I use it for her on Terror? The Dark Moon. So let's actually go to Dark Moon, because it's just easier to read her thing. So Dark Moon will target against something with the highest attack, right? So it's a weird thing they do. Dude, this is why I hate coders. I love them, but I hate them at the same time. Because it's like little stuff, like you would not notice this stuff if you weren't really looking at it. But there's like, and I'm telling you, people that have been doing it probably noticed it. When you're trying to use Moon in the beginning, Moon's going to target the left hand first, right? And that's because the arm starts out as the highest attacker. But if you're in the fight longer, like say you rotate into turn 2 and the arm buffs Terramatan, or he gets to go and he gets buffed, it literally makes him have the highest attack now. So it's like little nuances like that where it won't hit the highest attacker in the beginning unless he rotates before you, or for some reason. Like he'll have to go first in order for him to be the highest attacker. But if you're faster, then it's not going to target the arm first. So you have to. That's why I said, like, a lot of this stuff kind of boils down to nuance of like, am I rotating first or am I going second? Because if you're rotating first, then you probably don't want to use Dark Moon. But if you're going second, then you can use it, right? And specifically the character that is using it, because otherwise it's going to target the person with the highest attack, which in the very first turn is the left arm, and the second turn when the attack it's the yellow buff that he gets. It like is naturally stacking his damage or ramping him. He becomes the highest attacker in the second turn. So I was like, I like noticed that, and I was like, bro, like it's kind of even the same thing with like certain targeting. Like if you're using Twilight Knight, it's gonna target the thing with the lowest HP. So sometimes it could just be a matter of like, oops, this character critted a little bit too much, and now your lowest HP unit isn't the thing that you're trying to target anymore. It's this part. So now Twilight Knight's hitting over here when you need it to hit over there. So like That's why like swapping to White Fang is also really nice, because White Fang takes out some of that RNG as you go higher, because there will be like those little anomalies in your runs, whereas White Fang is pushing you more towards a guaranteed I'm doing X amount of damage to that specific thing, right? So that's kind of how, like, you know, you have to look at it, I guess. You said, do you think I need to build Ramoka if I just got Messiah? No. If you go Messiah, your team will be a little bit slower. If you decide to use him for what's it called? For Doki Doki. I'm assuming that's what you're asking. You still can build Ramoka. I don't see why you wouldn't, but I would say in terms of like skill up investment, like, we don't have enough lattice free to play to like kind of make that decision. So it's really what you feel like is going to give you the most utility and what you're going to use more in your team comps. To be honest, like Ramoka, I don't regret investment in her skill 3, but you know, like there's some people that live by Messiah. Messiah is a great character too. Like he's definitely not a bad character by no means. And he could be sliding into a lot of stuff too. Like he definitely could be sliding into a lot of stuff. You said, how do you like Gigabyte of the Chica of the Chia? Wait, are you saying like how do I like it on Chiaki, the Echo? It's also White Fang has a samurai sword, instantly better. Yeah, it's pretty sick. He said, yes, like why is my BO10 boosting my already extremely fast Lily and not my DPS sustain? I need, bro. You know what? I don't know if there's like something off with BO10, but I don't remember her doing her turn meter push like that. I thought it was a little bit more similar to Lily, but I could be wrong. He said, heck, you could do Ramoka Messiah double AoE DPS for Doki Doki if you want. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you just wouldn't skill up. Like, really all you're really missing at the end of the day without skilling up Messiah is the extra 20%. Yeah, I think, yeah, Biotin is bugged, right? Because I'm like, she's not doing her skill 2 properly. Like it's mad random. Like it's literally random. Like it doesn't pick anything. It would be like one turn she's buffing Freya, the next turn she's buffing freaking. It's like everybody but the DPS. I noticed. Like I'm like, okay, like that makes zero sense. You said, do I want Gigabyte on Ling Lao? Depends on your scenario or your situation. Most will already have a Gigabyte built up, so you can use it on her. But Supernova is going to be really good for Ling Lao, so you can push her healing efficiency, to be honest. Pushing that and then giving the heal over time is going to be pretty nice. Because it just all depends. Like in a lot of the content, like as you scale, you're in the fights much longer. So that's where like certain characters, like even against the Valerian, like a character that has crazy healing efficiency, heals over time, all that stuff, she's going to be insane in long form fights. Like that's just what it is. Like until you get the really, that's really what it is. You said when you switch gears on units, do you try to keep keep your arena team with the gear so you don't get losses because you have no equips? Sometimes I forget. I'm gonna be honest. I'm human, man. You know, like sometimes I be forgetting. Like I'll probably go look at my team right now, and I probably got mad L's because I might swap some gear off. Right? Like I don't know. Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure I took gear off of Freya. Right? Like I do it way too much. Like. Honestly, see, I took it off and I forgot to put it back. But yeah, to be honest, I always forget and swap and like that's just always what happens. But it's not like crazy though. Like unless like I go to sleep, which I haven't done that, I always at least check it before I get off the game completely. I've been like going to sleep and then woke up with like none of my units geared for my arena team for my defense. So it says Zox may have a different response, but Valerian, Gray, Kazi are high on my list. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in terms of like units, like the 4-stars, man, I can just rip through them real quick. Some of the ones that I feel like are just generally high prio. If you have a Valerian, you're gonna build a Valerian. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's the same thing I feel like these 3 characters, in my opinion, if you have them, you're gonna build them. Like there's no reason for you not to. Like try to be a hero for no reason. No, just be that guy. Just you got a Marvel, use your Marvel. If you got a Valerian, use your Valerian. If you got a Dating, use your Dating. Don't try to be that guy. If you got him, you got him, right? Those three are definitely very, very good. Like they're really good, to be honest. You still have ones like Chiaki Yeko. I still think is really solid. I'm even coming to find that I kind of almost prefer her now in the later game than I did in the earlier stages of the game. I feel like, and I mean, her value's always been that though, right? So Chiaki Yeko is definitely something nice to just kind of keep in the backlog as like, I'm going to build her at some point. Because even the argument of like building her over Freya, her and Freya are still different, right? They don't do their gimmicks exactly the same. And even with Chiaki Yeko, she's more of a burst pusher than Freya is. Right? Freya has a lot of stipulations. You need to have buffing and debuffing happen. Chiaki Yeko's like, bruh, it's my turn. Wait, I got my skill 3, push. Like, and you get that push. So she just lets you straight cut. On top of if you're using like, say, a Gigabyte or something like that. Yo, what's good, Papa Taz? How you doing, fam? Kazuyo is great because you don't have to put a skill up in her at all. All she is there for is to remove the damage reduction in what's it called? Doki Doki. There's that, right? Gray is great because from beginning to end, he could be built as a DPS. He could be built for more of a supportive nature. Gray is actually a really, really good character for pushing your account, to be honest. And giving yourself, I would say, a fair chance to be able to see what your account's going to flesh out to before you start making other decisions. I feel like Gray is just, he's great for progression. Obo, I have not been able to get on this account, but if I had Obo, I would literally be busting down so much stuff. So it's like, he would be in my Doki Doki team. He would be in my, like, bro, I would be using Obo all, like, I have an extreme bias with Obo because it's one of my favorite characters in the game. So, Obo would be getting, like, used, like an insane amount if I had him. But yeah, Dot stuns. He can damage or debuff or buff convert. Like, I love Obo, dude. Like, he's really a fun character, but definitely a character that can work extremely well in like some of your slower teams for like Doki Doki. Consistent what's it called, damage reduction removal from him as well when he has skill ups, and then the extra dot is just extra damage. So there's that. Kraken, I definitely think is a I feel like if you have him, he's a must build. Honestly, because if you don't have like a Mio, I mean, yeah, pushback really ain't too many options for that, and Kraken's still one of the best for it. Like he definitely is. There's even a lot of cases, even when I'm using my Mio, because I know that it's cheaper to invest into Kraken, I would just build Kraken and use him because I know I could get his skill 3 off way more often. I would say RC77 is definitely nice to have in the background. Fangus is going to be nice for a lot of accounts that are looking to try to do some stuff with Dot. Kazuyo is going to have more shine for cooldowns on certain setups. Dorothy the Wisher is literally baby Beelton, so there's that. She's actually pretty good. Dinah, I definitely would say if you have her, she's definitely going to be a must build on your account from the SRs. And I would even argue, like, if you don't have like the class, you're going to build Dinah if you have her, to be honest. You said Gray is your Ramoka? Nah, for real. I like, honestly, like, he, like, bro, Gray's damage actually is pretty respectable too. Like, it really is. You said you got Lily now. Should I build her or just leave her for later? I mean, build her when you can, bro. Like, right now, we're entering into a different phase of the game. So after today, I'm not sure if you've reset anything, but yeah, I mean, like, to really get Lily to work the way you want, you gotta put some skill ups into her skill 1, to be honest. So if you really want to use her, yeah, getting that assist chance helps. You can use her out the box though. It's just there's gonna be some inconsistencies with her though. Yo, what's up, Killer Point? So I'm currently level 11. So I'm currently story locked until I'm level 13. What should I start doing now? You got to follow the hyperlink charter. That's pretty early. So you should still have some stuff on the hyperlink charter. Lord of Change, we have no idea. We have no idea. For Doki, we just go straight for the middle guy on way 2. Depends on your team. If you're doing the Ramoka strat, you do not need to be targeting the bulky guys. If you're doing Ramoka needs to target the guys in the on the ends because they're easier to nuke. Targeting the Andrews is not gonna work for the nuke because the Andrews are way tankier. They're very, very tanky. And if one of them gets a turn, they're also going to like give themselves like I think like a defense up or some sort of damage reduction. It's something they give themselves. Yeah, nah, you don't want to hit those. But if you're not using that, then to be honest, I usually like to target the smaller guys first because those are the guys that Doki starts to transform first. So she doesn't start transforming the middle guys because technically they're already evolved. And so she targets the guys on the end first. So I like to try to get rid of them and then work on the guys in the middle. I mean, again, a lot of the times I'm using AoE, so I'm not like, I'm not going to like, like really, really like be too like aware of it, like in terms of targeting. But I would say like it does help to kill the guys on the end just because those are the ones that are going to transform first. You said, so fun thing is I'm already health 4 Doki, health 3 for Terra, so I don't have perfect lattice to level my Lily right now. Cat, I'm gonna be honest, we gonna have to put on boxing gloves because you're complaining. I feel like right now, are you complaining? I hope not. Like, I hope not, bro. You over here farming health 3 and 4. You're golden. You don't need to be, like you don't need to worry about building nothing else other than what you want to build at that point. Because you got to remember, farming health 3 is the minimum, right? Because health 3 is literally the bare the bare minimum so that you can actually start getting the 3 matrices, right? That's it. That's all you really need. So yeah, if you're in you say complain cat, I'm dead. He said, do you think the double resource event will come this weekend? It's possible. I don't know. There was never anything official like said about the 2 times event. We just knew that it was going to be a thing in the game. So I know anytime somebody's ever asked me, I've always said that, well, it's going to be in the game, but I never told them when it was going to be. Because, I mean, even the events, and I know I said that to be like for a fact because I also mentioned that with the events. Because the events, we didn't even get we didn't even know what officially the events were going to be until before the release. Because they released a patch that said what the events were going to be. Before then, every beta, the events were all mixed. There was not one beta that had the same event cycle. So that's why like I said again, it was just kind of like people took information and then ran with it and said, oh, it's happening. And I'm like, I mean, they never said that. It was the same thing, literally the same thing with the events, because 2 times and the 2 times events weren't even a thought until the last CBT. Like those weren't even a part of the game until players had gave feedback for them to potentially add it, but they never actually told us when they were going to be running them officially. So, I mean, I don't know. Like it's just one of those things too that I was kind of waiting for personally for them to actually say. You said, how do you tackle Terra in later? It said in later stages, just Terra, or still left arm first. Depending on what you use, you can still target the left arm. Middle body though, if you're going for like the Ting strat, you're trying to kill. You don't have the luxury of trying to go more than one wave because you will die. But if you're going for a team that has say like more sustain, then you can go for targeting the arm and fighting Terra a little bit. But if you're gonna fight Terra, you have to strip. And I don't think people realize you have to have strip way more sooner than you think. Because let me do this, all right? Let me show you guys something. Where's she at? Here she is. So whose gear am I gonna give you? I think it was Marvel, maybe? I think, or was I running you slow? I think it might have been slower. Yeah, you might have been slower. So hold on, I like messed up all my presets, or at least a good chunk of them. We're running like this. I'm just trying to prove a point. All right, so hold on. Let's go here. All right, so look at this, right? I think I can show it in health. I think I can show it in health 3. We'll see. All right, so take you out here. I'm trying to think here. Take you out. All right. So if you're gonna go for a longer fight, for one, you're gonna probably not use the ting. I mean, you could use the ting. It doesn't really matter. But let's see. So I want to show you something. Oh, let's put this on 2 times, at least. All right. So yeah, I think she's too fast. Yeah, see that? See what I was talking about? And that's first turn. Dark Moon targets the arm. Okay. Nope, she's too fast. Yeah, she's too fast. Hold on, I need to slow her down. Because in the second turn, you're dealing with the like attack up. So if you don't cleave him in that first turn, it's gonna be way too hard for you to do DPS to him before he just ramps and kills you. So let me see. I just literally need to slow her down a little bit. Where are you at? We need that. You scale off of defense. We'll take this piece off. Goodbye. That drops me to 151. Okay, that should be good. Let's see. It said, if I don't have Messiah, am I cooked for PvP? No. No, you don't have to have Messiah for PvP. All right, let's let Terra rotate. Damn, it's not gonna let me. I feel like I was testing this with a slower build. I just don't remember what build I was using. Okay. Okay, good cuts. Oh, there it is. Okay, it wasn't with him rotating. It's after the arm goes. Okay, so at this point, right, he gets this defense up buff. All he needs is one of his arms to go once. If his right arm goes once, he literally gets a defense up buff. So now at this point, if you didn't cleave him, you are not cleaving him. Like it's not gonna happen because it lasts for 2 turns. So you literally have to cleave him before he gets that defense up buff. That's what's gonna cook you every single time, right? Now let's go skill 2. And this is the beauty and what I feel like long term for like slower runs, Mizuki is gonna be the character I think people are gonna have to build. Because she's new, so I haven't had a fair chance to really test her. But one of the things with her, oh, okay, just die. One of the things with her is that like right there when he hit, she could have countered and purified or dispelled that defense. So then you're back to having no defense up on the boss. So that's something I gotta like test and build though, because unfortunately we don't have the test accounts anymore. So there's not really much I can do in terms of like trying to full send tester. But when I was kind of looking at it, I was like, there's no way you can really deal with that on a slower team unless you have somebody that's there to dispel. And it's like not everybody has the Heinrich to do it, right? Because Heinrich can be built to DPS and also be able to strip at the same time because of his passive. So the only other unit that has a built-in passive where she literally dispels every time she hits is her. So when she's in her retaliation form, she basically is able to counterattack and pass. You know what? I think I messed up. I don't think I used her skill 3. I think I hit her skill 1, and her skill 3 puts her in retaliation. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, she was supposed to counter there. I'm almost certain. Yeah, so I didn't put her in her. I didn't use her skill 3 to put her in retaliation because she's not skilled up, so she doesn't automatically go into retaliation. I'm dead. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can do it here. Yeah, yo, that's funny. All right, yeah, we're gonna whiff these. All right, there's that. Go for here. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I am, but I don't care. It's fine. Yeah, I'm wasting energy, but it's all right. I'd rather you guys get something out of this than me having lost what 5-6 energy. It's fine. Like at the end of the day, I'd rather make sure you guys know what's going on than be confused. Is she in Retaliate? Yes, she is. Okay, there it is. So you would have to definitely skill her up in order to get that retaliation to activate more. But let me see if she could dispel here. Nope. Yeah, so I'm definitely gonna have to probably skill her to get her to do it consistently. You said no lost energy. Yeah, I mean it's 1-to-1. It's fine. It is what it is. But I think let me see how far we'll have to take up her skill ups though for her to be consistent. Because I'm almost certain we're gonna have to skill her up. Yeah, increase the chance. So it's 20% chance on the skill 1. But skilling her skill 1 up brings it up to 50%. So that's a big difference. And then the counterattack, when countering 60% chance to apply the wound. But yeah, really being able to counterattack, 20% chance, that's fairly low. So you would have to skill up her skill 1. You said, is my message about Shadow Senia sending? Wait, which one? You said, yeah, which one? You said any strats for Dahlia? Hold on, let me see what I'd use for Dahlia, because I don't remember. I'm going to be honest. That's why I'm glad this game tracks everything you do. Dahlia, who did I use? Oh, okay, so I went Beoten, Ling Lao, Leon, Dinah, Valerian, and I used Mio. So Mio was there for, I'm pretty sure for the rotation. So if you have anyone that's able to push back, you can use somebody that can push back. I'm trying to think if her CC Freeze worked there. I think her CC Freeze did work on the ads on the side too. She does have anti-heal. She has anti-heal. So that's another thing with her. Replacement for her is number 41. It's a much rougher run, but it actually is something you can do. Number 41 has the turn meter push, and then she also has the anti-heal on her skill 1. Yeah, Heinrich is another one, but if you don't have Heinrich, then you gotta use number 41. Unless you're gonna go and build Sutomo. Sutomo or I'm trying to think who else there is. Whether Sutomo and who the hell else does wound? I don't even know. I'm like, my brain is fried right now. He said, you need that Ling gaming before born. He said, is Shadow Senia good? You said, is Shadow Senia good? In the area she works, yes. In the area she doesn't, no. Like, so she's good in areas where dot isn't like where they're not immune to dot. But if they're immune to dot, then she doesn't work. That's basically her kit. So he said, knowing I'm not about to be speed runner, I'm gonna have to slow ball the fight. So I'm shifting to Aurora to get the bloodbath set for Terra. Okay, Hellsput. You know what else I was telling people, and that's another part. Like for a lot of people that I think is kind of what's catching them too. I told people that ultimately what builds are gonna be the most effective are builds for like certain like shells. Even I would even say it's bloodbath and things like Lighthouse. Like those units are going to be huge for those trying to do some of these fights because it'll allow you to tank some of that damage. And Terramaton's going to hit you over that percentile of X amount of damage. It's gonna let you tank it. Like it is straight up like a game changer for those sets. So that and like the bloodbath are going to be pretty nuts. I think that those are a little bit more. You got like the strive, like certain things are going to be very, very good for some of the slower teams, for sure. So I'm about to unlock Shadow Flame tomorrow. So would I recommend to beat him? Shadow Flame Hoyan, Christ, that fight was all. I think she changed his attribute throughout that fight. I don't remember the order either. I don't even remember that fight that much. Only because they like changed that recently, and it's basically a star day. It's the same thing, but I think she has an extra gimmick, which makes her slightly different. But yeah, she changes attribute in a specific order. I just don't remember the order. So with that fight, you can't actually. Oh, you know what? With that fight, you can't have multiple units of the same attribute on there. So I think at most you can have like one pairing of the same attribute. Everything else needs to be a different attribute on that team. There's these stacks that she builds, if I'm not mistaken, or am I mixing Rengoku? Is that Hoyan? I'm pretty sure that's Shadow Flame Hoyan. I might be mixing her and Rengoku, because Rengoku and her have two different gimmicks, I think, but they're both attribute neutral. Let me see. Damn, I can't even look at it right now. That's why it's tough. Wait, is there enemy archive? Can I see her from here, or is it just gonna give me a like random ass synopsis? Nope, it won't let me. Dang. Yeah, that might be her gimmick. No, Rengoku starts out. Oh, it's Rengoku I'm talking about. I'm mixing my bosses. Rengoku starts out as one attribute. He changes his attribute throughout the fight. So Rengoku starts out as Hollow, but he changes his attribute during the fight. He goes through all the attributes. It's a specific cycle though. I forgot the cycle though. But he has a cycle for his attribute shifts. So he is not just Hollow. He's every attribute. Which is kind of a pain, you know? So yeah, that's that with Rengoku. I think with a Star Day though, I have to see it again. Not a Star Day, Shadow Flame Hoyan. Because Shadow Flame Hoyan basically replaces a Star Day, essentially. You said, I'm reading a lot of people saying that the Ting is getting nerfed soon. Is that true? No. I mean, they're just saying that because they feel like it's not. No one said that. Like I said, like with the Ting, I don't think they're gonna nerf him. To be honest, I don't think they're going to, because the Ting's always been like that. By the way, like, yeah, the Ting's always been like that. So I like, that's why I'm like, it wasn't a surprise he was doing that, because even when they took Hoyan out the game, I started using the Ting. Like the Ting has always been like that. Victor was a little bit different though, because Victor's different. The difference between the Ting and Victor, and the reason why Victor still was playable in PvP, is because Victor actually would become tankier. So that's the reason why Victor was a problem, because Victor had a high damage ceiling and also was tanky. You can't have both. Like that that just like is a recipe for disaster. Because because that's literally what was happening. Victor, if you did not kill Victor, he was 100% going to one shot you. And this is in RTA and like PvP and stuff like that. He was 100% going to one shot you. And the characters we're talking about, hardest hitting character or bulkiest characters in the game at that time was like Tiamat. He was one shotting Tiamats, which that's kind of insane. Like he was one shotting Tiamats, bro. So yeah, I guess they kind of had this. It was like something had to give. It was like, all right, we're gonna reduce his damage, but he can still have that factor for the damage reduction, so he can still be bulky. He can still win some fights, but it's not gonna be as like crazy. You know, he's definitely not gonna be as crazy as he was before. The Ting is literally just glass cannon. That's it. So he doesn't have anything to keep. Like if the Ting gets breathed on, he dies. Like that's just kind of what it is for him. You said, is Rosa nerfed or my team bad for her to do max damage? It might be your team. If you're using a Rosa, she needs to be on a team that's critting consistently, because that's how you proc her follow-up. If you're not critting enough with her, then she doesn't really do anything. So like if you're putting her on a team with like a whole bunch of supports that have like almost no crit, she gives like 30%, but that's still like, if you have no crit investment, you still might be at like what, 40% or something like that. So you're still not going to be critting that often. And she's based off of her follow-ups are based off of crits. And I'm not sure how much investment you have in her too, but like the more investment, the better. He said Vic is a red unit. Vic is a red unit. It said versus my born in the last beta, said over 60k. No, wait, no, you're talking about Victor. No, Victor is a LD. He's a dark unit. So he was just neutral. Yeah, but that's also what kind of made him a pain, because it was like, well, he's just kind of what he is, unless you're going to, I mean, what, Cleveland with Messiah. Like that was like kind of the only way to really have an advantageous scenario there. Yeah, that was basically that. Yo, what's good, Light Dark? You said figuring out what the burn my last 5 refreshes at. Who else I want to reset for the mats? Let me actually swap over. I'm glad you said something too. Because I'm at the dude, I got a super push on my other account. Wait, we blast that one ticket though, so I don't forget. Arena. I think I did my entry for the Union already. All right, we will fight whatever. I might get outsped because I didn't look at the team. So do you think it's a bad idea to build Shiota instead of Ramoka for Doki? Seems more usable and more constant than Ramoka. No, I mean, you could build Shiota too. Like at that point, you're just deciding to not do a one-shot team, which is perfectly okay. Yeah, like you could still use Shiota. I was using Shiota on my team up until I decided to go one-shot. Before then, yeah, I was using Shiota and I was using Gray. Like, that was literally my team. The only thing you would need is somebody that removes the damage reduction, and Shiota can still do stuff. Shiota is actually pretty nasty because once she ramps, she just skill 3s all the time. Like, that's it. All right, let's see. What do we got going on here? Oh, no gear on my Mio. We love that. Yeah, no gear on her. So yeah, we love that. We're gonna go for this team. Might outspeed me. We'll see here. I took gear off of like everybody. Like, what was I doing? Oh, I was theory crafting or something. I had to be doing something. I think it's a clap though. Yeah, that's an AoE nuke. All right. He said, what do you need for a one-shot? If you're trying to do a one-shot strat, you need a Kazuyo, Ramoka. You need somebody to like rotate or open. So it could be a Klaus, a Freya. And then you would throw in like a Biotin or something like that. I think that's 5 units. Those are all units that are there to damage amp. It can technically be done with like characters like Dinah, for example. But you also run the risk if it doesn't, if like, in which it can happen, where she doesn't actually like rotate properly, then, or not even rotate properly, she doesn't slumber everybody, then you can run into being in the fight longer. So you can run a CC in there too. You can run a CC in there because Kazuyo sometimes doesn't get the slumber on everybody. So the main thing is that you're trying to land the slumber on the add on the end, because then she can one-shot them. And then that one-shot damage, as long as the debuff is removed, or sorry, the buff is removed from them, say running a Kraken can help with that too. Like with the debuff remove, or with the damage reduction removal. But to be honest, if you're really looking to get it like down pat perfect, it's like minimum like 120 something effect accuracy that needs to be on like the Kazuyo, and Kazuyo needs to rotate right before Ramoka does, because if anyone else hits her slumber, they're going to interrupt it and you don't get the damage amp. So rotation is important too. So not only a removal, but making sure the slumber is there, so when Ramoka hits into it, she's actually killing. That's where like you can also still run a Gray in a one-shot team because he has the defense break with the crit rate up buff, so he can actually make sure she's critting consistently. It just really all depends on what you have at that point. All right, there we go. All right, so we finished that. Dude, I'm sitting at like 42 pulls right now. You said, can Tiamat clear Doki? As long as she has support, she definitely can do it. Yeah, she absolutely can do it. She just needs to have units on the team healing her now, because before she could just self-heal herself. Her self-heal kind of diminished There's a crazy pairing that Scion figured out with her with Freya. So you would have to definitely like run her with somebody that's helping her sustain herself. Because her heal, especially if you're running her unskilled, ain't gonna be crazy at all. Ain't gonna be crazy at all. All right, so let me actually swap accounts real quick, chat. We've been on this account long enough. What I'll do. What do we want to auto farm? Let me just make sure I do this. Okay, you're good. I don't think I'm doing anything with you right now. Okay, Valerian's good. Alright, we should be alright. You said do a temple? I'll do it on the other account. I literally have zero reason to pull on this account right now. I just be pulling for more stuff I can't build right now is basically what I'd be doing. Are we gonna go shells? I guess we could. I don't remember my team. Because I need to finish Supernova. But I also need... You know what? I'll do that. 70? You said dopamine is the reason? Dude, I'm not a dopamine-driven person. Like, I just not. I'm very, very chill. Oh, wait, I need to put gear on. But that's gonna mess up my PvP team, so... Yikes. Yeah, we will. We'll do that. So I just swap in Mio instead of Freya, and then... That'll be that. The Ting, Mio. Why are all my pets removed though? I'm so confused. It's like literally all of my teams have no pet on them. Oh, you know what? Because I got a new pet. That's why. So I gotta save the presets again. Dang, I forgot about that. Yeah, user error. I was about to blame the game. All right, there we go. Okay, that one's good. We got that one. Freya's good. I feel like that was my alternate Dating build. That was... Okay. Boom. You said, why do people run Gray and Dyna if they both give defense down? Do they stack? I get the defense down 3 stacks, or is it better, or is it just longer? No, they run them both because one even though they both defense down, the other one has erosion and vulnerability, which is scaling your damage, and the other one gives a crit rate up buff. Gray also, you typically will see him built on DPS after a certain point, so he does damage too. So yeah, he's not just there for like, it's like the defense break. You can honestly, it's like fine. Even in terms of cooldown windows too, Gray usually cools down faster. So you usually will have him have the defense break up. The other thing is too, they're still great pairing because of how Dyna's skill works, right? So Dyna's skill is basically, if you read it, it says each hit having a 40% chance to inflict a defense down. If the target already has defense down, instead it has a 25% chance to inflict vulnerability at a 25% chance, right? If the target already has vulnerability, vulnerable, instead has a 40% chance to inflict 2 stacks of erosion. So if the character already has a defense break from a Gray, this is now further increasing. You have an extra hit basically to take advantage of that you don't have to inflict defense down. So the next thing on her kit doesn't start until the first thing before it happens. So if defense break is already there, you immediately go into trying to proc vulnerability and vulnerable and erosion versus trying to get the defense break. Then you have a couple of hits left. Say you get it on the 4th hit or the 1st hit, then the 3rd hit or the 2nd hit is going to be a vulnerability chance, but you don't get it until the 3rd. And then the last hit will be erosion, right? So that's why sometimes you'll see like she won't consistently land the the erosion, and it's because one, it's the chance of it, but then there's also two, she doesn't get enough hits on it. So that's that. Keen Eye, crazy. Harvest can work on him, but Keen Eye is definitely going to be Keen Eye, 1,000%. Yeah, even mine right now is built on Keen Eye, right? Crit rate is what you're focusing, double crit rate, attack bonus, and then the shell is literally White Fang. Yeah, if you can get it, that's the thing. You're not gonna be able to do the full sets right away. So if you can get it, that'd be nice. But should be able to pull off Doki Hell 4 tomorrow. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I just have to slow down my team for Doki. I feel like not even. I just gotta build up my Remoka better because she can actually do it. You said no Marvel or the things. I feel you, bro. Yeah, it'd be like that. That's why I said my other account's gonna be interesting because I gotta actually push that one. And that one is super behind, dude. I'm like days behind, dude. I keep forgetting I have this screen. It's kind of crispy. Let's see. Return to log screen. Is that after Freya Banner, do you know if there will be a new character? It should be a new character. We just don't know what character it's going to be. All right. Log me out. Log me out. Accept. And I've been overcapped on stamina. This is going to be bad. All right, let's see. He said, should I reset my 6-star Leon so I have Heinrich, Tiamat, Dating, and Ramoka as DPS? Any of them worth more? I mean, to be honest, I still have mine 6-starred, but like Dating, Ramoka, it all depends. Again, I wouldn't advise that unless you have the stuff to do the one-shots. If you don't have the stuff to do the one-shots, it makes 0 sense to reset her for that. Because all you'd be basically doing is building up. I mean, Dating maybe you can get away with. Ramoka too. Well, actually, no, not over Leon. I still feel like Leon is a little bit more viable and more in situations where you can't get the one shot, other than like the stun built in on Ramoka. But yeah, if Ramoka's not killing, she doesn't nearly give as much value. But the team can definitely do some stuff throughout the game. So Heinrich, I would say, can work at 5 stars. 6-starring him at some point would be nice, but I mean, there's that. When you say the one shot, what's the best team? Depends on what you have, because the best team is a Dating and the Chlorals together, which, like, who has that, right? But that's still consisting of a Valerian and the Biotin, and then you're gonna need about 122 speed at least on the Biotin additional. You said I do. Hey, listen, you lucky. Yeah, you're gonna need. Yeah, you need some stuff, and you definitely for sure gonna need White Fang. You're gonna need Gigabyte. Yeah, it's still a build, right? But yeah, I'm trying to think who else is on that team. I think Valerian is on that team too for the extra hit, because you're still gonna get hit, I think, by the arm. So yeah, it's too bad I can't roll speed. Yeah. That's kind of the thing. No, Hell 4, it jumps up to it goes into dot. People are using dot for that right now. Let's see. But to be real with you, like, you really only need to get the Hell 3. Like, honestly. He said, thank you for saying crit rate twice on the Ting had critical damage. Yeah, the crit rate, you'll see the difference. He gets more crit damage conversion from the crit rate. So, you said, have you expressed your thoughts on the Aurora situation? Yeah, I did, CC. Yeah, long story short, I mean, like I said before, they just got to communicate better, because Aurora was supposed to be immune to dot. She always was. I don't know what like happened in between where she just wasn't all of a sudden, but yeah, they have to communicate that like a lot better, instead of like, hey, we just made this change, have fun. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that. I mean, the only thing is too, like with this game is like when you build something, it's like you build a team into it. So it's like I get the sentiment. It definitely sucks. You said she wasn't immune. She was supposed to be. You have to remember, I had stopped after a certain point. You said we couldn't know she was immune to it until account level 30. Yeah, she was always supposed to be immune though. That was always the case. She always had immunity on her. And I'm telling you that from CBT 1, because the reason why they implemented it was because of the Shadow Sania blast in the game. You said where she used Veronica, said in like what boss fight is she good at? I mean, really, it's Terra Matan. She works. Yeah, it's like Terra Matan is really where she's gonna end up working. That and like PvP more than anything. You said there were screenshots where in the betas she never had that description. She was immune to, you said, control effects. No, dude, that's what I'm saying. She had that. That was the implementation that they had, though. It was definitely there for sure. It is 1,000% there, because it's the same argument somebody tried to make it with me with Veronica, trying to tell me that she never stole buffs, unique buffs like Biotin, but they had implemented it after the fact. Yeah, so yeah, my whole thing is like they just need to communicate it. I mean, I don't know really at that point. Yeah. You said yeah, but not dots. I'm almost like 99% sure, because the thing with that fight was that literally Shadow Sania beat everything in the game. So they implemented certain things to make things immune to dot. Yeah, 1,000%. You said I could tell you with 100% certainty. See, but that's what I'm saying though. You're talking about last beta. I'm talking about the betas before that, because the last beta was based off of a build that happened probably that 2 weeks window. The build before that, she was 100% immune to dot. So I don't know if they ever implemented it, because like I said, that could have been the case, but she was supposed to be immune to dot, like 1,000%. Like, so that's what I mean. So you guys are basing it off of the build within that 2 week period of the beta. I've seen builds before that. That's what I'm saying. I literally have seen every build on this game, and including the ones where Shadow Sania was, again, this is before her skill 2, or was it a skill 2? Was it skill 2 or skill 3 was changed? So I'm not disagreeing with you. It could have been the case, right, where they didn't have it in there, but I know to be the fact that Aurora was supposed to have it. But remember, in the beta, I stopped playing. You said, so weren't you saying Shadow Sania was good for Terra Matan and Aurora? I never said. When did I say that? When did I say Shadow Sania was good for Terra Matan and Aurora post her getting changed and the game having it implemented? I've always said, you said no, I was just asking. No, you said, so you weren't saying. That's not necessarily a question. That's kind of like proposing it as if I said it. So you weren't saying Shadow Sania was good for Terra Matan and Aurora? Question mark. Right? That's proposing that I've said it. You said, I'm saying it as a question. No, I've never said that. Yeah, I've never said that she was good in Aurora and Terra Matan, unless I was referring to when she was able to clap the whole game and they nerfed her. So yeah, that's what. Yeah, crazy. I get that. That's what I'm saying. But she was supposed to have it. But remember, in the last beta, I had left early so I could leave. So I didn't actually get to test Aurora in that build. So I wasn't even there to do it. I got to like, I don't remember. I don't even remember where I got to. But I got to a certain point where I had to stop. And that's why I missed the rebate. Because I had to travel. So that's why. Yeah. So I get. That's why I get it. But again, people are basing it off of just one thing, but again, everything is subject to change, and they definitely did have it though. You said she's clapping Terra anyway. That's good enough. That's what I mean. Like, it's like again, the same reason why I was telling a lot of players too, because based off of what I knew, she was supposed to have immunity. So every time, or Aurora was supposed to have immunity. So every time somebody asked me, hey, should I build Aurora? You guys that have been here will hear, every time I'll say no. Every single time I said no. Like I was like, no, don't do it. Because to my knowledge, it was always that. So that's why I was like, yeah, nah. Because they changed a lot of the game because of her. That was before any limited units were added into the game. They straight up said, we're doing dot dirty. Y'all just beat the game in 2 days. Absolutely not. So they changed a lot of content. You know? So do you think the team would get nerfed by the devs? I don't think so. The team's always been the team. Like I said before, the reason why Victor got nerfed is because Victor was damage reduction with all of the damage. So he was DPSing almost as high as freaking Dating, but you also had a hard time killing him. And he could also solo stuff. So Dating is just a pure glass cannon, but if he ever gets hit by anything, he dies. Like, that was the complete opposite for Victor. He said, I feel like the key part is Etheria's team should be more communicative. Yeah, that's the point I've made, right? I think everybody wants me to be upset. Like, I'm not gonna be upset. I just think they need to communicate more. Like, that's a them thing though. That the team has to make a conscious decision to try to communicate those things more. So I don't disagree with that part at all. Yeah, I don't disagree with that part at all. Because at the end of the day, like, I think that's like, I don't know, man. It's been the whole release. It's been the whole release with like just certain things rotating information. Like everything's a nerf. It's never just like I'm like, wait, what? Like it's everything's not a nerf. Even the stuff with Terramatan was there, and people were saying well, that's a nerf. I'm like, wait. I'm like, bro, that was there though. Especially in the higher stages. You said, yo, what's good, Milton? You said, I heard or saw in SEIIMORE's video that there's no 2x drop tomorrow. Probably not. I mean, to be honest, I haven't gotten a official anything. Like, nobody's responded yet from the official team. They probably will start in a little bit, though, because I know they're in China. And I'm in the US, so whenever I'm up, usually, they don't respond to me until late at night, unfortunately. He said there's so many things he didn't communicate. For me, it seems like another scummy gotcha waiting to switch and bait. No, that's fair. I mean, hey, listen, however you take it is how you take it. I'm not here to argue any of that for anyone, really. But at the end of the day, I'm just going based off of what I know. If it was truly something where I was like, oh, like, damn, like, I really went and changed that, like, I 1000% would say something. Yeah, because what it is, and here's my thing, right? Here's my thing. The problem is that, like, people respond a certain way, but then there's like part of it's like miscommunication on, maybe we could say, community to devs, right? Versus like what, like, there actually being a problem, right? Like so the thing is that sometimes people will take things and they'll go the extra mile of like, okay, we have this going on, let's EOS the game. That's the problem. That's why I don't like making videos necessarily about things unless it really is something that's like, hey, this is an issue. Because people will take it the extra mile and they go too far with it. There's already creators trying to come in and starting stuff like they don't want to talk about the game. They're just gonna make videos on the issues. So I'm like, okay, like, that's not keeping the game alive for those that are, again, enjoying the game and want to play it. And I think from like point in case, right? I just had a game EOS. It was like one of the saddest things ever, because for people that literally loved the game and the people that were farming drama off of the game, it was like not even it wasn't even the case of what they were putting out there to be the truth. They're just like, oh, the game's scummy. They're trying to, and I'm like, bro, that game actually EOS themselves because they tried to give so much back to the community that I'm almost 1000% certain the publisher looked at them and said, what are you guys doing? And they fired the staff. Yeah, Tribe 9. Yeah, like, they weren't having it. They made what, 90K or 70K the last month or something. End of service. End of service is EOS. They made like 70 or 90K, right? But it doesn't change the fact that they were trying to rectify the situation, but it got so out of hand, they couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, and that's why they couldn't recover though, because it got so out of hand. They were like, well, we got ourselves a maelstrom now, so we got to try to rectify that. And my issue is that I think this is the biggest issue I have, right? And this is the thing that I like, even to a lot of the bigger CCs, they have the ability to contact staff and say something to them before making a video, right? They consciously are making certain decisions, right? Before anything else. And I'm not saying all of them, but there are specific ones, and if they're watching, they know exactly who they are. They have the approval of Jack, and not even just the approval. They can message Jack at any time and say, hey, Jack, the community is feeling this way. Like, is there something we could do to fix this? And Jack will look into it. He's the freaking producer. So for me, it's like, it's kind of like chain of command in a lot of things. It's the same thing you do with your job. Do you go to HR first, or do you go to your manager first? You usually go to your manager first. And then if they don't do anything, you go to HR. It's like, hey, y'all tripping. You go to HR, right? So for me, it's like when you have somebody that's like, hey, if there's any issues, let us know, and we'll try to figure out something. I'm going to go that route first, because more than not, whenever you go the latter extreme, you never know what can come out of that. And for me, I just don't ever feel like it's worth to make videos for clicks. I just don't. Like, to me, it doesn't make sense, because as soon as you go and you do that, now guys, we got to fix this. And then people take it the wrong way, and now the whole community is on fire because of one video you put out, and then it was like something that was like super fixable, right? Because nobody was talking about he said I go to HR first. Bro. Bro, that's funny. You said tell Jack the community is really looking for I actually already messaged Jack. That's why I'm waiting for a response, to be honest. Because that's my thing. I'm more of a problem solver. I'm not going to get on video and complain, like, to be honest, because I think that's the one thing I've had the reason why I've put myself in certain positions now is because I understand that the things I thought was power wasn't really power. You having the ability to connect and directly talk to people is power. Connection is everything. Me getting on video and being like, hey, you should do this. Like, that's one misconception I had about myself as a content creator, is that I thought that me being a content creator was the determining factor as to why people should listen to me. Companies don't give a damn now I'm a content creator. Like, they don't at the end of the day, they don't care. Like, the thing that they care about is a lot of times it will be maybe the response they might get. But really at the end of the day, if I say I care about, yo, Vinadova, appreciate the sub with the Prime. If I say I care about this community, I'm going to try to do everything I can to make sure the community stays around. Not trying to, like, for me, I feel like if it's definitely something super scummy where it's like, yo, hey, listen, hey, at that point, I feel like it's a conversation that needs to be had. But it's like all these things that are like, okay, is that something that's fixable, or does that mean the game is EOS? Like, I think that's the question I have to ask myself. You said bottom line investors are priority. Yeah, that's usually the case. So yeah, so for me, I think, like I said, it's the biggest thing I could identify was the communication. Yo, Once Lazy, appreciate the sub with the Prime. Yo, where y'all coming from? Y'all coming out of nowhere. He's like, go over to HR and management tell you to go back to work. Yo, hey, Jack, you ain't lying, fam. They do be like that, though. I mean, but in point of case, I'm not going to lie. And I kid you not, right? I can go through a list of creators that already messaged me today. Because, like I said, I wasn't aware of what was happening until people said something to me. So, like, Sturby messaged me. I've had... Yo, Glaze Gooner, appreciate the sub, fam. Appreciate you guys. I've had other CCs message me already. So, I mean, to be honest, even when the situation with the dupes, which I would argue which was a way bigger scenario for them to tackle, one of the first people to message me was Jack. That's like I don't even know if people like even noticed that in the Discord, the first person to respond to the community was Jack himself. Like in those like channels where people are like making up or like not making up, but like they're giving like different feedbacks and telling like different things that they like that's going on, that's like, hey, this is going on or whatever. First person to respond to it was Jack. And I was like, to me, I'm so used to like seeing people, like especially the guys at the top, push the workers they have to go do stuff. Like, oh, you go take care of that. You're the CM, you handle that. But he jumped right into it and was like, we about to fix it. And then as soon as I seen that message, I got a message from him asking like, hey, do you and the other CCs have any ideas like on what could possibly help with this situation? So I was just like, dang, like, okay. Like, I didn't have to reach out to him for that. He reached out to me. So you say he's making poor C. Chris, to see him in the Discord hitting this one alone. But that also might be because he might be busy. Like, that's the other. He's the producer of like 4 or 5 games or some like crap like that. Because he's the producer for all the games in I think or I won't say all the games, but he's a producer for a vast majority of their gachas, at least that I'm at least aware of. But yeah, I definitely messaged him though, because I was just like, well, if they're not really getting that many responses, that means also Chris is waiting for a response as well. Because I'm almost certain Chris isn't at the main, he's not at the main headquarters. So he's probably waiting just like everybody else to get an answer. So I'm 1,000% though they're going to answer. Like that's one thing I can at least say is they've never not answered and have come up with a solution. So we might have to wait a little bit. I don't think it's going to be terribly long, but they've always addressed everything. So until I see otherwise, I'm just going to think they're going to address it, to be honest. You said what skill should be prioritized on Lily? Skill 1. You said, I just want to say your videos and guys have been really helpful. And so with all this drama, it's nice to hear your opinion on everything. Thanks for helping the community. No, I appreciate that. I mean, again, like I said, at the end of the day, I just want us to have fun. If there are issues, we got to try to figure out things constructively, man, because that's the thing with a lot of these games. Like, I again, come and go, gachas come and go. But again, I will say, like, for me personally, like, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, they definitely got to communicate it better. And I don't know if that means, like, maybe having, like, certain people, like, you got working around the clock, especially for the release, I would say. Because the release is really, really honestly the most important. I'd say the first 30 days is usually the most important thing for any game, really. Yo, what's good, 6 years old? How you doing, bro? You said, how's the grind going? I'm working on a second account right now. I'm working on a second account right now. So the grind is going. You said, who's better for Terror, Hellkid, or Leon? They do 2 different jobs, bro. And both can technically work, but like Leon's going to be your damage source for a while for it, to be honest, unless you got something else that cooks. And he said there's a visual glitch I found yesterday. Can I tell you about it? Tell you about it for you to tell the developers. Yo, send me a message on Discord. Yeah. It's doing good as well, for sure. Quite the grind going on. Yo, how far are you right now? What are you clearing right now? He said, I like this non-drama problem-solving attitude. Bro, because, yo, chat, can I be honest with y'all? Can I be honest? And it's not even so much, it's really nothing personally to people that make that type of content. But, like, I think for me personally, man, like, I'm really, really trying to make sure that, like, things are just handled in a mature way. Like, really. Because at least if the company I feel like is willing to put the foot forward to try to do it, I'm like, hey, I'll give them the chance. Because too often, man, like, it's the things that I feel like, and it's a fact, right? We don't even have to go into the specifics. We know what the community for HSR is. We know what the community for Zone Zero is. We know what the community for Genshin is. We know what that, like, especially in the YouTuber space, because it's not all the community. There's plenty of people that enjoy those games and they pay no attention to the community, which more power to those people, because that's the whole point. You play the games you play because you want to have fun, right? But at the end of the day, when it comes to like the social space, it's really only as toxic as it is because the people on top keep fueling it. Like if at one day, right, everybody decided we're not going to make toxic content anymore, would there be that much toxicity in the community? Or at least if people said like, you know what, we're going to make this more about the game and the issues the games are having versus everything else, right? And be a constructive. Like that's always like one of the things that I look for is like, if I'm going to put out a video about something, I can't just like bring awareness to the community that there's an issue. I have to supply some sort of solution. So that's like the biggest problem I always see. It's like, oh, there's this problem, but what are we going to do to fix it? And it's not cussing out the devs, because this is one thing I learned over time. You have to remember that the developers are people, and people only have to put up with what you're putting out for so long, right? Devs don't have to do certain things. It would be nice for them to do certain things, but they don't have to. I know plenty of development companies that have games where they just milk their wells and they don't talk to the community at all. Like they don't talk to the community at all. They're like, yeah, we don't want to deal with that. We're just gonna keep running our game and we're chilling. Like it is what it is. So that's something that like exists within these communities, or at least within some communities. And so for me, it's like my goal, like from, I would say probably going from my 5th year all the way up to now being in content creation, I've been doing it for like 10 years now. My goal has been to try to bridge that gap, because once the devs start not communicating with us, that means players don't get any of the things they want. Like a lot of the times. It's usually how it goes. You said JJK Phantom Parade, what? Bro, no, JJK was a little confusing though. Because JJK had like entire things in their Discord where they were like having the creators come up and talk to the CM to get feedback. But that also wasn't the CM's fault. That was the higher ups fault. Like and that's why I said it's so different when you have the producer saying, hey, reach out to me personally, and not go through this ladder to get to me. So like, I don't have to message Chris. I don't have to message Jared. I don't have to and you probably don't even know who that is, but I don't have to message them. I could just message Jack, and Jack's gonna say, hey, give me some time. I gotta, we got this meeting coming up. We're bringing this to the table. We'll have a response for everybody after we have this meeting, right? So even when it came down to the dupe thing, people were wondering, why didn't we see a video from Zox? The same thing. This is the same thing, right? They're like, why didn't we see a video from Zox? Zox, you gonna say anything? I already had talked to Jack. I had made a whole document giving suggestions on what they could do to make the dupe system better, so that free to play could actually close that gap. That's why, like, for the most part, I'm just like, everybody's like, well, what's your take? I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, I already sent them something. So it just got to kind of wait, you know? You said JJK tried at first, but community raged out too much. So they basically went tone deaf. Yeah, I guess that was an example. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah. You said my plug for info, where that video. Bro, the day 7 video is gonna drop after we stream today. I already did the day 7 video. It's just it's just overviewing what I did, stuff I farmed, stuff like that. It's nothing too crazy. You said, what's the drama? It's really not any drama. It's just more so a communication thing than anything. Like, I hate calling things drama that's really not drama when it's something that's like, unless you really make it that, right? But I also get it, man. Like, people have PTSD. I completely get it. Like, so they're just like, hey, this game, and I get it. It's like, hey, this game treated me this way, so it's a high probability they're going to do the same. So I completely get it. So the only thing I want from the game is more clear communication from the devs to us players, if not from the devs to CCs such as yourself. For us to stay informed, direction problems, etc. Yeah, that's fair. No, that's 1,000% fair. I mean, to be honest, like, I think that's the biggest thing that I'm kind of like, for me, is really what I'm looking for, is that, right? It's like, okay, there's certain things I can realistically do within my scope of like what connections I have at this point. But the rest is like, it's definitely in the devs like court, right? Like the ball is in their court. Like, hey, this is you guys' community. I'm a part of that community, but this is you guys' community. So it's like kind of like my like for example, you take my Discord, like that's my community, so I have to make sure that like everything in there, I'm staying connected and talking to everybody I need to talk to, from mods to the admin, whoever it is, to make sure things are running smoothly. And one of the things that I've learned is that in order for things to run, not even that, in order for people to relate to you and for your community to really thrive, it can't have an absent leader. Like the more out of touch the person at top is, the higher probability the community is going to be out of whack or in disarray, right? That's why I said, for me personally, out of every game, I have done my fair share, and that's why I said it's like you live and you learn. I've done my fair share of ripping games apart and nothing coming out of it. We just got an EOS game. Like, that's about it. I've done that. I've been there. I've done that. So it's just that when you learn and you experience and you grow, you do better. That's it. That's just how I look at stuff. So for me, out of all the developers I've worked with and teams I've worked with, I have probably the most amount of respect for people like Jack. Like, honestly, because I've never seen a producer jump straight in and try to do stuff in their community, and that's something that I really look for from game to game. Even for those that watch me from Dislike, bro, we didn't know who the producer was until the game set on fire. Like, and it was literally like a gacha currency issue, which, you know, as soon as your game has issues with gacha currency, that means it's like pack the bags. Like, pack the bags, because people leaving at that point. Like, so we didn't see it, and that was like probably like 2 years in. Like, I didn't even know who the producer was. I was like, who is this person? And I'm not gonna lie, that lady made some really interesting decisions, but that was, hey, it was what it was. You said we on the Shadow Sania topic, or that came a bit later. Yeah, we're talking about all this stuff, because part of it's been like information being shared weird, and then there has been stuff that just hasn't been communicated. So like, it's just like it's all like, what it is that what's happening is it's all coming together, and it's going to hit a boiling point unless somebody says something, right? Because that's basically what it is. It's like there's literally what Science saying. There was a lot of expectations. Expectations was part of it that were set that never was officially confirmed, and then you have actual things going on in the game as well. So you know, a lot of the times when people see, like, they're not going to differentiate those things. They're just going to say, oh, it's all drama. Like, that's just how just how people are going to look at it. But yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff. As I remember, in Dragalia lost a Switch producer with 1 year. Within year one, I already knew we were cooked after that. I'm dead. Bro, that's how it is, though. That's literally how it is. All right, so we got to do Leon. I don't think I can. Can I? I don't know. We're gonna try it. You said, I hope this game did not become Dislike 2.0 with a lot of nerfs and shadow nerfs. See, no, dude, Dislike was nuts with shadow nerfs, though. Like, that genuinely, like, do you, Oscar, actually, I'm glad you're here. Do you remember, like, because that was a game I used to call stuff out on, because there was a lot of things that they would do that they didn't think players would notice. Like, it would be like things like, your team would be like, and it wouldn't even be like, oh, they just added that. Like, it would be like, okay, your team is clearing, and then you wake up tomorrow and your team doesn't do it anymore. Like, and it like significantly doesn't do it. So it's like, oh, and then come to find out, it'll be like something mad random. Like, yeah, we nerfed the character. That would be the issue. It would be like random stuff they would nerf on the characters. So it would be like, yo, my runs were working perfectly fine, and now they're not. Yeah, they used to nerf the characters. They did not care, bro. They definitely did not care. Misada said, you just sent me a message on Onyx. You said, I remember my prime Dislike days, bro. Dislike was so funny to me. I was like, yo, y'all thought we wasn't gonna notice that? And see, that was the thing. They would never say anything either. They would never say anything. They never addressed anything. right, let's see. Are we alive? Okay, yeah. Me putting the healer worked. Okay. There we go. Because I was getting cooked earlier. Hold on one sec, guys. I'll be right back. All right, chat. My bad. I had to go help my my fiance bring some stuff in the house. All right. We're back. Let me see. Let me do something, guys. All right, cool. Let me see. Give me 1 second, guys. Yo, what's good, Pop? How you doing, fam? Do. You don't like those? Okay, I'll take those. All right, thank you. All right, there we go. You said you said Domino's tonight, bro. I haven't had Domino's in like probably like a good 2-3 years. It's I heard the goat voice screams. Where you come from? What's up, Lonzo? Said you managed to get Lily Messiah Mio from the 150 permanent summons. Should I keep going until I get some decent RGB? I would. So on my main account, hold on, let me actually pull that up because I'll tell you how many pulls in I am. You sent it to me? All right, Onyx, I'm gonna send that over to as soon as I can look at it. I'm gonna just drag and drop that stuff over to what's his name, Jared, because he's actually the lead of the marketing team, and he works with the people that actually do a lot of like bug fixes and stuff like that. So I'll send it to him and Jack though. Yeah, I'll send it to them both. But yeah, appreciate you for sending that. I actually did see it. It was with the Shieta, right? Let me see. Yeah, because I'm at let me see how many pulls. Hold on, that's what I was gonna pull up. Yeah, let me see how many pulls I'm at. Because I'm not gonna lie, like I did some crazy fleshing out on my account. Like I was damn near at like 300-400 something pulls. And I literally got everything I needed. So it just gives you a higher chance to get an opportunity to see what you need. And at least before your reset, I'm not sure like how new your account is, but you know, it gives you a chance to like make certain like investment choices without a real penalty because you can always reset certain things. So I think on this account I'm at, let's see, I am at almost 450 pulls at level 45 almost, right? And technically I have 50 something pulls sitting plus 12,000 currency. So like I'm at like 13,000 currency. You sound 500 plus pulls. Yeah, I haven't done all mine. That's why. Yeah, I should be there. I should actually be there. I just have them sitting on the side though. Yeah, 501. Yeah, so everybody should be around that same point. That's what I said, bro. Like that's a lot of pulls. Like for a brand new game, like 500 something pulls is kind of a lot. On a 50 pull soft pity, that's a lot. Like that's actually really a lot. All right, so we got to go up in tier on this account. See, this account's gonna be interesting to see play out though, because I have Veronica on it on start. I might actually build. I think I might go bulky on this account on start. So there's still 100 left to get. Yeah, so yeah, we'll have enough. I think I might save for the next banner. Yo, tell me why, Sion. Guess who Ms. Zox pulled today? She did a random multi on the LD banner. Guess who she pulled? Just casually. And then walks in and shows me it. And I'm just sitting there like, Like, is it good? I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what you sound like. Shit. You said you'll be back. All right, Pebble, appreciate you, fam. So she acting up again. No, she got Mio. She got Mio. I'm not gonna lie, like Mio being one of my first LDs, I don't regret. So she really Terror arcing you again? Oh nah, we don't need that. We don't need that again. That was terrible. All right. Level 9. No, it's so much. It's so weird trying to push this account. Oh, we got pools. Hold on. Oh, we right at pity. Hold on. We got the pool real quick. All right, guys. So this account is 100% free to play. Chiaki the Echo early. We'll take it. I'm building her this go around on start. Okay. Oh, this account. Okay, they want me to build Boki on this account. Okay. That's what we're gonna do. We're throwing Mia in for my heal too for Terror. You know what's funny? I can't pull Mia on my other account. I haven't pulled her yet. All right, hold on. We'll throw another one since you have it. You said Miss Zox got Mio. It said you got Mia? Yeah, basically. All right. Okay. I'm trying to think of like some of the stuff I could do with Kachi early. There's a few things. All right. You said she's dodging me, so I had to build Red Chalky. Yeah, Mia's actually really good though. And that's not cope, you know? You said Obro doesn't exist, so I gave up on summoning. Bro, I can't get Obel. It's like my most wanted character. They're like, nah, you don't need him. I'm like, bruh. Like my water team would have been straight. Give me an Obel. I would have figured something out. I would have finessed it. You said live for something on PvE. You know why though? It's only because of Ramoka. That's why. If Ramoka wasn't in the game, it would still be Lilith. Let's see. The Buddha Panda. All right, so I guess we're gonna go. Gotta build Leon. We're gonna build Mia. Yeah, I'm gonna build Mia. Let me read something real quick. Oh, it's lit. Oh, actually, she might be kind of crazy because I don't think there's one thing I wasn't like really thinking about that's like pretty notable between her and like Ling Lao. Ling Lao actually, oh, nope. Oh, open the wrong account. Ling Lao heals her allies based off of their HP. Mia heals off of her own HP. I'm gonna fact check myself. Let's see. Yeah, she heals off of their HP. Yeah, she about to get a ton of HP on her. I actually might run her speed when I get the pieces, but I'm gonna go HP mixed speed, I guess, for right now, because this is like super early. Okay. All right, let's see. So we got max attributes, HP bonus. Boom. It says shields and dispel. Yeah, that dispel is gonna be something. Because the dispel. Bro. Okay. Yo, I'm kind of low-key mad at myself because if I would have had Mia, I would have been able to more easily build a bulk team for Terra Matan. Just like she literally has the one ability you low-key need for it. It's funny though because she's in like the more recent units that were added into the game. So she literally has the skill for that crap. Yeah, she has an increased chance of dispelling buffs to 50%. And we don't care about the 15% pushback. You said that S3 had me get up and leave the room. Bro. Yeah, her S3. Yeah, reduce all debuffs by 1 turn. Extend all buffs by 1 turn. Yeah, I'm about to do something crazy with her though. Okay, we'll keep it like that for now. We'll level these up to plus 9. Dang, this early game grind don't be it though. I actually was gonna do no refills on this account. I think I might have to. I just won't do as many as I did on my my main account. Yeah, take that to 9. Okay, that should be usable for the time being. And then we'll just throw in a random defense bonus. Is that crit rate, effect res, effect accuracy? We'll go with the effect accuracy since you have a dispel ability. Oh, you said keep going? Oh, wait, hold on. You said keep going? Cause yeah, it's oh yeah, reduces all Animus and Shell skill cooldowns of all allies. That's crazy. Like that, yo, that actually is really crazy though. That is. Let me see. We'll give you the Teacher Owl. Like anything healing efficiency is gonna be like best in slot on her because it's off of her own it's off her own HP. Let's see. I want to see what my terror team look like now. Yeah, so we're in hard 1. I haven't tried hard 2 on this account. You said why is her text taller than her? That's bad dumb. That was funny though. Let's see. She's not. Where's she at? All right, let's see. I think with a character like her, you can low-key hit main body, which is kind of crazy. We'll see though. How dare you? He said any news about the double drops event? No, Richard. I'm still waiting for a response from Jack. And also either Jack or Jared, either one. Somebody die? Oh, they did. Okay. Yo, she's gonna dispel that defense up buff, and I'm gonna cry. Yo, Erdheiser, appreciate the sub with the prime. You said who, Jared? Jared is actually lead marketing dev in the game of Etheria. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm out there throwing names that people probably don't know. So there's Chris, there's Jared, there's Jack. Yeah, there's I mean, I like say probably the ones I've worked with from the beginning. I've always worked with Jack. You said no Jill? Bro, no, yeah, no Jill, no Jill. But yeah, Erheiser, appreciate the prime, the sub with the prime, fam. Can Jared and Chris clear hell for though? You got to ask, dude. You know what? I'd be dying. When Chris became the CM, because see, there's a little bit of a secret. Before Chris took over the Discord, I actually was running the Discord. I like those that were in the Discord know or remember that. But that was like the funnest experience for me, because that was like my first time kind of like seeing how it felt to like do some CM work. And it was like nothing crazy because it wasn't like an official release or anything like that. But I basically was like helping out with like running the Discord. And this was the official Discord. Was helping out with that for the beta. And that was the not the one that everybody played last, but the one before that. And that one was supposed to be a TWCN exclusive beta. And they ended up last minute opening it up to the entire community, like the day they decided to drop it. And so some players were able to get on and actually experience the game for the first time globally, that CBT. And one of the funnest things about that, like, I like to this day, like the funnest part about that was being able to like become memes. So people started making memes of me. So there's like there's one in my Discord that I use pretty like avidly. But somebody took was it Mike Lewowski, I think his name is, from Monsters Inc. And they made a version of it using me, basically. And it was the funniest thing I ever seen. So when Chris came in and he took over and became CM, they started making memes of him too. And I was dying because I was like, bro, it's like, is this what communities do? Like, I was like, I didn't know that was really a thing. But yeah, they made a whole like Mike Lewowski of me. And I turned that into one of the emotes in my Discord. Wazowski, that's what it is. Yeah. Using that image. Yeah, that's literally where that image came from. That came from the Etheria Restart community. Somebody like straight up was just memed me. And I was like, damn. And it was so unprovoked. All they did was they added me and said nothing. And people were just dying. I was just like, bro. I was like, okay. Like, dang, I'm just catching strays. I was minding my business. When I'm telling you everybody was dying, like everybody was dying, I'm just like, dang, dude, like, what did I even do to deserve that? Like, it was so messed up. It was like, no, I have been a meme forever, bro. Especially when I had my hair. Oh my God, the amount of memes that came out of that period of time. I was always turning into a meme. He said, can I ask you, do you get CC perks, pulls, gems? No, I do not. Actually, I do not. I do not get any pulls. I mean, my CC perk was the test server, but yeah, we don't got that right now. So, yeah, there's nothing on my account that fluctuates anything really, right? You said, is there anything that a CC get? Wait, you said, is that a thing that? Is that a thing? Do CCs get that? They do sometimes. I know that what they're trying to do, because they're trying to. I know for the release, they at least had told us that they're going to be doing more stuff for the content creator program. So what I was told, at least, even the reason why they took the access away from the test server wasn't because they were just like, hey, we want to be mean, give us back our access, give us your access. It was actually because they wanted people to go into the launch and not making premeditated content, because like some of the stuff like they were saying, like in which kind of did happen, was people would take stuff from the test server and then say that was happening on the release. So they said that they were going to be trying to figure out how they wanted to rework some stuff, and then we'll be finding out from them from there. So there's that. This is the way he does get paid. Streaming, making videos of this game gives revenue, which in turn he can put into the game. Yo, I have no reason to lie, right? I've yet to get paid for anything for Etheria. So all the stuff up till now, I probably will start maybe soon, but all the stuff up till now, bro, has been just because I like the game. Like, I've been playing this game for what, almost 4 years now, working with that team. It was just me making content. There was no guarantee on payments or, hey, you're gonna get this creator perk or any of that. I had no idea what was gonna happen. I just seen a game that I was interested in, and I literally was like, dude, this is something I have to play. I did the footwork. I stay in contact with the devs constantly. I was asking them, hey, how was your day? How's development on the game going? And they've always just made sure I was able to make content on the game. So they always provided an account for me to make videos. And that was it. So I always tell people, and the reason why I say that is because sometimes it's not about the money, man. Like, the pools and all that stuff is great when you can get it. But really, for what it's worth, I did not plan on playing this game if I genuinely didn't like it. That's the whole point I'm making. You said what bonus set does Val use? You can put it on HP. You say you think it's possible to beat every content in the game with only SRs and Rs? It's probably possible, but you're going to have to build some super bulky units. Yeah, they're going to have to be really bulky. I don't think there's not going to be any like one-shot stuff going on unless it's like the team, right? And maybe you do some funky stuff with Victor. But if you're talking about like even the Rs, none of those R areas are going to be one-shotting anything. Yeah, none of them are going to be able to. They'll be able to do some respectable damage, but I don't think they're going to really be. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be doing that. So your content's really been popping recently. Etheria has been good to you either way. Like I always tell people, and I'm gonna share. So I'm gonna share this something with you guys too. I have a new channel that I'm actually doing, and it has nothing to do with gacha. All it has to do is perspective change and some of my experiences in life, because gaming is like just a one part of my life. Like, dude, I've danced professionally. I've done freelance art professionally. I've done graphic design professionally. I've done videography professionally, and what else have I done? I've done a lot of different things in my lifetime, and I'm only 28, but I've done a lot, right? And I've learned so much, and so I decided to make another channel just so I can share insight, just perspective and stuff like that. I used to model too. But when you're in New York, you kind of do a lot of hustles. Like I danced and also modeled, and I did a whole bunch of other stuff. But yeah, like it was just what it was at that time. I was like, 20 or 18 years old. I was like, dude, I'm trying everything. And as I progressively did stuff and I started to slow down, I went to different mediums to see if I liked it. If I liked it, I liked it. If I didn't, I didn't. Yeah, I sold phones. I used to work at a cell phone company. Yeah, I used to work for Samsung. You said, I think I've seen you dancing at Union Square. You may have, dude. I started out as a street dancer. Like, dancing was my life, man. You said, what you have in this account right now? Did you reroll for, or went the first you got? This isn't a reroll account. I started this account on launch. And I'll tell you, this is how I can prove it, right? Because if you look at the 7-day login check-in or commission, the commission is on day 7. So this is I've had this since launch, but I've been so focused on my main account. It's been taking me all day. All day. You said now he lives in CT. Yo, I used to live in CT. That's where I'm from. Yeah, I'm from Connecticut. Yep. But I used to work in the city. I used to work at the EXPG Center on 2nd Avenue. So that was a dream come true. There's a lot of international dance teachers that teach there. Some of the ones that mentored me, even. So, oh my God, you didn't get to check the things as well. So what a waste. No, it's okay. I mean, because you can still complete that. So I'm fine with what's on the account. He said, I saw you on Ellen between Bedford and Fulton. Wait, you talking about me? He said, should we still max refreshing now? We're past level 40. No, you can slow down now, Theo, to be honest. You said, bro, you're 28. I thought you were older. Is it the bald head? Is that what's giving it away? Like, honestly, I mean, hey, it depends on who I'm talking to. Because there's some people that's like, they think I'm younger than what I am. There's some that's like, you're older. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm 28. I mean, how I talk is one thing, I guess. My mental was probably more in like the lines of like a 40-year-old, but yeah, I was about to say like, yeah, it's probably how I talk, but that's what we call an old soul, right? So I've always been like that though. Probably like even when I was a kid, like I was always like that. You know, so it comes with the territory, man. You said you seem hella wise and shit. I'm dead. Yo, I mean, how can I put it? Like I said, it's the saying that I said earlier. It's like when you experience things, you learn from it, and I would hope that you become, more wiser, right? With each experience you have. So I think that's my thing is that it's a lot of experiences. And the only reason why I think I developed as fast is because I did a lot of stuff. Yeah, I tried everything. Well, not everything. I didn't try drugs, but yeah. Actually, believe it or not, guys, I've never had drugs in my life outside of like what's it called? Like pharmaceutical drugs. Thank you. Huh? Yeah, I know. I was trying to say pharmaceutical. I can't think of the words. But you're right. Yeah, you're right. Context is definitely very, very important. I've never smoked weed before. Oh, he said weed is pharmaceutical. It is.
You've been contact high, but not like.
Yeah, but that's not me smoking. Yeah. That just means I was in the vicinity and you doing too much, bruh. Yeah. Like, that's what that means. Anybody can catch a contact. I was just there. Like, I was just walking around. Like, dude, like, yeah, that's that's how that is. You said caught in 4K. Yo, you see how she ran in here? You caught a contact before. Hey, listen. No, that's not what I was trying to say. That wasn't what I was trying to say. You said you've been playing up. I'm dead, bro. No. Don't let Miss Zox come in here trying to act like that's not her past. That's not mine at all. Oh, we're not talking about you? Okay. You heard it, chat. I gotta stop talking about her. She gonna come in here and beat me up. Yeah. So yeah, it's that, man. Yeah, it's really that. I don't think I have all +9s yet. Let me see. These are Garbo. Am I gonna use her in force clearing? Maybe. We'll see. Let me see. Can we do that anti-sync yet? Maybe. We'll see. So, watch, are you gonna start throwing hands soon? Yeah. So that's why I stopped. You see how quiet I got? I knew, like, you know, you got to stop before you get ahead. Like. Yeah, you gotta stop before you get ahead, He said, you're stuck on Hell Terror 2. What you using, Anubis? He said he about to have this account erased by the missus. Man. Now, Ms. Zox isn't like that. She's really sweet. She's a really sweet person. I'm not just saying that because she beats me. You know? Yo, she heard me. Okay. My bad. I'm playing. I'm kidding. I thought I could throw that in there. She wasn't gonna hit it. She wasn't gonna hear it. She said, "Hey." Yo, that's funny. He said, does she play gacha games? She's actually playing Etheria right now. He said, reverse domestic violence, bro. It literally, DV. Like, oh yeah, this clears. We're good. It said Ms. Zox will only do that off stream. Nah, you're right. You're right. Said Tier 3 feels impossible without a Lily using a Dating. Nah, it's speed, man. It's speed, Lunar. I'm lacking the speed, man. That is really a speed check, and Lily kind of sort of can get away with some stuff because of her assist. That in the cooldown if you really have to use it, but like, yeah, she's getting away with that because that's just her kit. But for people that are doing it without a Lily, which there's a lot of people that's doing it without a Lily, they have the right speed. And a lot of players are simply lacking that. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like my speeds are real low for, I'm short probably like 12 or 13 speed. I just need a couple of pieces to roll well, and I'd probably be able to get it for my main unit I'm trying to rotate. Because that would make a huge difference in my cut. That paired up with Gigabyte is huge. So I think I cleared Hell 3 thanks to the shields from Hellkid during the beta. Yeah, Hellkid is good too if you actually invest in him. Like, he's definitely really good for the shielding. You say you can't beat Hell 1? At Hell 1, you should be able to do all the way up to Hell 2 with epic pets and epic gear, realistically. Because I didn't even think about like swapping any of my stuff until I was at Hell 3. The main thing I will say though is the rotations and the units you're using or pairing together can be a thing. Said people be outspeeding my class. I don't know how. It's probably base speed plus good speed on their rolls. So that combination is it gets some of everybody basically. Because I know for me, like I have really good foundation, but now I'm getting cooked because I don't have good subs on my pieces. So Hellkid's alright. He isn't good enough to sustain on his own. TECTONE is nice though if you want to build some effect hit. But that's the thing. Like if you're running like even Hellkid, when I was running him, I was still running who was I running before? I actually had my Hellkid invested too. I think I actually did throw some skill ups into him. But yeah, he needs to be on like something that's like Crossroads or something like that. And even then still running him with someone that can give shield helps out in between. So when his shield is down, you can get some from somebody else. But for Hell 3, that's a big jump. It's definitely a big jump. Cause he definitely can work all the way up there, but like once you get up there, you're gonna need either a fully stonked, like stacked Hellkid that's like actually invested for him to really sustain the way that you need him to. Otherwise, yeah, that shield is gone in like one hit. You said, are you using purple stamina? No, not on this account. This account's actually kind of behind though, because it's like level 13. And my stamina is low-key overcap, but it is what it is. I had to focus on my main account because that was the account I was using to kind of help people with generally progressing. That's another reason why I stopped. I didn't spend past the rebate amount because I was trying to make sure that it wasn't so out of touch that people were like, bro, he done spent like a $50 billion on his account. So technically, the only thing I bought on that account was 2 extra multis, which he said I was asking since there's no 2 times event. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I like on my main account I spent them all. I was gonna save them on my free to play account. Dude, that's so funny. I'm calling it free to play. Like, it's literally a $5 difference between the accounts. That's so funny. We don't know, Trance. We don't know if it's coming, not coming. They haven't announced it yet, so we're kind of waiting. Yeah, I'm about to low-key use Mia on like everything. He said, so I've maxed S3 on Leon and Ramoka. I have 2 more lattice. Any suggestions on who I should use? I would save them. Save them for right now. Because a lot of the times when you're trying to skill up a unit, it's you want to take that skill all the way to max. So usually the very last thing they need is like, that's the thing that really makes them tick, right? How long till reset? Let me see. It depends on your server. Yeah, it depends on your server, fam. I think it's what is it, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's about, at least for my server, it's like 8. If you're on global, it's like 8 hours before reset. So I really appreciate your explanation and the vibe you bring. Always happy to see you live since I found you at launch. Yo, Yashpa, I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. I just be trying to chill. That's it. Yeah, I would definitely say like hold them. Like hold them until you have somebody else you really want to put them into. That's gonna help you progress. Yeah, because those perfect lattices, man, are huge. And dude, like even when I was looking at it, I was like, bro, you really like if you're not clearing the hyperlink charter, like that, like you're just not getting any of the lattices at that point. Like and even the purple ones, like this gives you so many of the purple ones. All right, so we did that. We got Ling Lao. All right, we'll go actually build up some stuff. He said, what's up, Adrian? He said, hey, who should I put lattice into, or Messiah or Rosa? Said, and who is more future proof? So I know both are good in PvP, but with Messiah being more popular, I was thinking Rosa. Oh no, they're both pretty popular. To be honest, like Messiah's kind of future proof because of his attribute, but Rosa also is good too. It's like the problem is that like I'm gonna be honest. In a lot of games, DPSs aren't necessarily like future proof, right? DPS is usually the easiest thing to scale in the game. Supports tend to be more future proof than other characters. So Rosa, I would actually say would have more long-term value just simply because she can also buff, right? So the thing with Rosa though is that she actually requires a little bit of a investment, and you just got to make sure your team is built up properly to run her. Because she needs to be on a team that's that's basically critting, so she can get her follow-up. If she's on a team with no one critting, she doesn't really get her follow-up like that. So, yeah, that's the thing with her. I feel like long-term, just in terms of like, oh, I can slot her in and she still gives the rest of the party this. Like, she has a little bit more utility there. Messiah is just pure damage. Like, he's pure damage. So he excels at what he does. Like if he can get the kills, like that's even more nuts. Like one piece of content where you're gonna see Messiah pop off is the Infinity Train. That's like it was like 30 or 40 waves of enemies. I don't remember how many waves it was. It was a lot of waves. But Messiah basically gonna have like almost infinite uptime on his invincibility in there because he's just killing wave after wave after wave. So he like literally has like a ton of invincibility procs in there. So he's nuts. But yeah, Rosa, I would definitely say like for her, there's the fact that like she rips stuff apart when you actually have her built properly. Like she is really good, but it's an investment character. You say I have Lily with S1 Max. I'm trying to find my main DPS. I have Ramoka too, so I'm trying to avoid investing in her. Just curious what you think. So I appreciate your knowledge. Yeah, I would say like honestly, Rosa's not bad to build. Messiah's generally going to be more open just because of his attribute, but Rosa's actually really good too. I would say it really depends on what you need to clear and what you don't have an option for. Ramoka, if you want to go the one shot route, is going to be the best DPS in Doki Doki. But if you don't, then you can always throw in a Rosa and go for a slower comp. You just have to make sure she's hitting a lot, right? Like it's just like Battle Will helps her. You can, I would even say in there, she's probably going to get hit more. But she has pushback in her kit too, so she can kind of help with pushing things back. You just got to make sure she has somebody that's there that's removing that damage reduction, because the higher up you go, it's just going to make it harder for her to rip the way that she needs to. Yo, what's up, Chroma? He said, hey, when the newest game said it's getting my attention since it's like E7, but I no longer play E7, so I'm looking for a new gacha game that's PvP, and I want to see your thought on this game if you don't mind. This game's a process. Like it's early phase, right? So I feel like the best thing I could say with this game is that like as long as you respect the process, you'll be fine. Taking your time to farm like certain things in this game is really important. There's some players I think that are getting like stuck in certain areas because they're like trying to jump so far ahead. But then when you like kind of look, it's like, well, you still should be around here farming so that you can shift easier into the next part of the game. I would say like as long as you respect that process, you'll be fine. The main thing is that there's great community. There's tons of people that's like coming from E7, from Summoner's War, that's willing to help. So like if you have a question before you like pull the trigger on something, just make sure that you you ask someone, right? Just so that you can try to make sure you're getting acclimated. If you have previous experience, a lot of it can apply. There are some different like mechanics and gimmicks and stuff like that with certain things, but if you have experience with E7, then yeah, it's definitely transferable. It definitely helps. And the RTA portion, I mean, you can participate in that as early as you want, really. So as soon as it opens up. So yeah, as soon as it opens up, you can participate in it whenever you're ready, really. So there's people that have been playing, RTA day one, and there's going to be some people that wait till the last minute before the season ends to climb it. I noticed the same format that some people use in like E7. So some people would climb the like throughout the season, and then some people would wait. I think was it like 2 weeks before the season end. I think it was even some people that would wait like a day before and would just like mass like RTA all day. Like that would basically be their rotation. So there's a lot of different strategies that people are going to be able to adapt. I'm trying to think of we got Union versus Union coming. So that should be coming in like another week or so, if I'm not mistaken. I think they said it was 2 weeks. So that should be coming in another week or so. So we'll see what that's going to be like. And that's going to be another layer of content for us to do. I actually forgot about that, actually. So yeah, that's going to be pretty fun too. All right, so let's see. Yes, I wouldn't mind the progress. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Like going through this game, it's a little bit of a progress, but like those that are also going at a slower pace are learning more because they're taking their time. There's some people that process things a little bit quicker, but you said I'm so low on orange, purple and orange shadow prints. How many 6 stars do you have, Miguel? Welcome back, Sign. So you had to cook for the waifu? Hey, fair. Hey, listen, I get it. I definitely get it. I definitely get it. All right, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna let this auto in the background. Yeah, this is already going into maintenance for right now, and we'll probably try to do some other stuff. Do we need maybe for Kuru? Ramel's gonna make me do more of this. So I might as well go and blast that, get my unbrittled level. And then we'll get a healing owl going. Oh, dude, I gotta set the presets for this too. All right. Ooh, collard greens, chicken, and cornbread. You went extra black, bro. You cooking like somebody auntie or grandma with the extra fat on their arm. Bro. Yo, that's a dang. All right. Dude, okay. Hey, listen, hey, you know, everybody got that one auntie that got that extra, she got that extra flab right here. But you know, whatever she make gonna be good. Bro, that's so funny. You said salmon burger? Bro, that sounds good. That sounds fire. So Zox, I'm surprised you with my odd DPS choice, bro. Yeah, send that to me, man. You already know I'm always hyped to see new stuff, man. Yeah, definitely send it to me, bro. Let's see. So we got to do. As we can do the nuclears. Okay, that's at normal 3, normal 1. All right. You said, did you ever get your Ethernet rally sorted out? I gotta try it again with my Ling Lao that I just got. I just ran out of, like, I spent today so fixated on trying to farm my pets, I forgot to level her. So yeah, there was that, you know. But I tomorrow I'm actually gonna go back and crack it with her, try to build her up. Wait, what happened? You said. Yeah, you can react to a question if I missed it. Yeah, I probably missed it. It's not about to sub for a plate. Yo, DL Carter, hey, you have to sub to Scion. I don't know if he gonna be making the Black Mama plates though for anyone other than his fiance. I don't know, man. He might though. If you ask him nicely, he might. You know. You say you think Lily, Freya, the team, Valerian, is someone that I don't know who can do Terra 4 without needing to be super overgeared. No, they're gonna need to be geared. They're 1,000% gonna need to be geared, especially the DPS. Lily is gonna need like a gigabyte or something, or even the Valerian. Artisan might also be an option in that team comp too. The Freya, I mean, as far as star rarity though, like the Freya doesn't need to be taken all the way up. Neither does Valerian. Lily is faster, if I'm not mistaken, at 6-star. So there's that. And then the other character could literally... The other character, if I'm being real with you, the higher up you go, is going to... It's gonna have to be another single target DPS. And the only other option that exists is literally Chloros. And even then, I still think that team basically dies. Oh, thank you.
It's going in up or not.
Add something to dilute the salt a little bit.
It's going in empanada, so it has to be like a little. Is it too salty?
A little bit.
Oh.
Yeah, just a little bit. So if you do like a coconut milk, maybe something else to base that a little bit. That too. That's what I was saying. I was gonna say coconut water, but
Coconut water?
some water. You know, Ms. Doc, yeah, you about to have hypertension. That was good. It's good though. He said, but yeah, damn, I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, we're talking about Chloros. Yeah. He said, what's too salty other than the tears in my eyes every time you pull? Bro, I'm dead. He said, what do you have for dinner? Ms. Zox is making empanadas. If you didn't know, Ms. Zox has a little bit of Hispanic in her. So, yeah, I'm very fortunate. I'm glad. I'm very glad. I'm a very basic eater though, so like I'm satisfied with like Whataburger. She don't like me eating out all the time, so he said, "Damn, so you get some of that good food too?" Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, dude, like you know what's so funny? Like, so Ms. Zox is Haitian, right? So I was expecting her to like know how to cook like Haitian food, but like I guess Haitian food takes a really really long time to cook. So the first time that her mom and her cooked for me, they made me like I swear to God, I thought I was at one of my my Hispanic friend's house. Like it was the rice and beans, yellow rice. Like it was like nothing really that was Haitian. I was like sitting there, I'm like, so y'all telling me y'all not y'all Haitian or y'all really Hispanic? But like so, but it's good though. They cook really really well. They cook really really well. And some of the stuff that they have, like I think it's called soup Jumo. I think it is a soup Juno. She's gonna be mad that I said it wrong. That's like it's a really like a really good soup. I think there's something else like the it's like griot or what is that? Trying to think of the name. Dude, see the thing that gets me with Haitian food is that they have very specific names. It's not just like chicken. It's like it's like a specific name in Creole. So I'm just like it always gets me. But it's amazing food, man. It really is. So there's literally 0 guys online for it. Wait, for what? You said how to beat Ember Track 30 Sharon. There's literally no guides on it. Because I think, you know what it was, is that like in the beta, nobody did anything because we didn't know what was going to stay the same or change. I'm probably going to make something for when I get there. Where am I at right now? I think I'm on 24, I think I'm on 24 right now. I just haven't pushed more. So Haiti is actually a small island and Lake Titicaca. So isn't that near oh my god, why am I blanking on my maps right now or geography right now? That's a sister, isn't that a sister? It's not Ecuador. It's they're near a Hispanic country if I'm not mistaken, aren't they? I'm almost certain they are. So I feel the problem is I'm ahead of most CCs right now. Have to figure things out for myself. Yeah, to be honest, we probably are. Yeah, it's possible. Is it Dominican Republic? Is it Dominican Republic? Yeah, it is Dominican Republic. Yeah, I was like, I know it's near. Yeah, it's somewhere. Yeah, it's somewhere. I was like, okay, it's Dominican Republic. Okay, I was like, I know they neighbor like a very specific place. I was like, yeah, I'm like, and she always says stuff to me, but like, yeah, there we go. It's Dominican Republic. You're right. Dude, no, but it's the neatest thing, man. Like I learned so much. Like so believe it or not, okay, I'm gonna let you guys in on a secret. My family, my mom's side is all Native American, okay? And I'm not just talking about like, like how people be lying. They be like, "Oh, I'm Native American," just so they can sound like they something that they're not. But like, no, like my family, like ancestors were chiefs, and my great grandmother was a medicine woman. Like I'm talking about like recent. Like I got family lineage to show that now, right? So before I started, like when I first started doing YouTube, I actually had really really long hair. Yeah, my family. So like with the casino stuff, there was actually like this thing for like for natives, if they are if you're if you are native, you're like tax exempt and stuff like that. So yeah, my family like basically is a part of that. So that was something though that like to my knowledge that if your family was a native, they had to like apply for that in like the 80s or something like that. Yeah, it was like a whole thing that I wasn't even born yet for. So my mom knows more about that stuff. But yeah, I had really long hair, man. And I think because of my dad's DNA, I went bald. If it wasn't for him, yeah, I'd be bald. I would have all my hair still. Yeah. So my dad is the reason why. My dad's black though. So at that, like, whenever somebody asks me, I'm just a black guy. I look like a black guy. I'm like, I'm just a black guy. You said dad blaming, bro. There's no bald men on my mom's side of the family. They're all bald on my dad's side of the family. So I don't think that, like, I have to look too far to guess who did it. Like, I don't have to look too far, you know. I just look to the right and it's like, ooh, like, dude. And my dad went through hereditary baldness. He started going through started balding at 17. My dad started losing his hair at 17 years old. So I was like, bro, I'm cooked. Yo, I was like, I'm cooked. So I was fortunate enough, I think because my mom's genes was fighting the good fight, I was able to actually keep my hair until about 25. I didn't start balding a little bit until 25. So my mom's genes did its job a little bit. You said you would have crashed out, man. But that's the thing, man. That's why I think that's also like that's where like some of my maturity has come from, basically, right? Is that acceptance, right? Because my hair used to be my identity. And like once I lost my hair, it's like, well, who are you or what are you now, right? Like, and so that's the thing I think that's like so important. Is like you can't, like, people just ask me like, oh, well, why didn't you just rock your hair like that, or why didn't you just go fly to Turkey, or why don't you do that? And it's like, well, because I've accepted it, right? Like I'm fine I'm fine with who I've become, who I've evolved into. So yeah, it's like holding on to the hair. The hair was cool. I loved my hair. I absolutely loved it. But he said Turkey, bro. Hey, get them hair plugs. Like, get them hair plugs, bro. You be out here styling, looking like LeBron James. Perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. So he said baldness comes from the mom, they say. Is this the same place that said, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, everything here confuses me. They said, like, because for the longest time, they said that all your DNA comes from your dad. And I'm like, does it though? I'm like, so all of it? So mom had nothing to do with that? All right. Like, okay. Like, everything is based off of your dad here, at least in America. I don't know, like, everywhere else, but yeah, everything is based off your dad. So he said, did you eat a lot of copper? Nah, I ain't eat no copper, bro. He says, Ms. Zox there? Yeah, she's here. She's just in the kitchen doing some stuff. She was in there cooking, chefing it up. Let me see. So Dorothy, oh, you about to get replaced, girl. If you wasn't neutral, you'd be out of here. All right. What you said? No, you're all good, Pebble God. Oh, you said this grade needs some effect. Accuracy to land his defense down. Not much. Really, what you need him to do is crit. He needs to crit. You don't have to put an effect accuracy piece on him though. No, you want him to crit. So are you gonna reset anyone before the event ends tonight? Not on this account. On my other account I did, and I explained why. I actually reset my gray, and not because of the fact that he's bad, but because I had too many DPS built on green. That's the only reason. If I didn't have Ramoka, I would have kept him. and not even if I had Ramoka. If I didn't already build Ramoka, I would have kept him. So I'm gonna bring him back up later. But yeah, I just did that. But I left Leon. Yeah, I left everybody else the same. He said, okay, because I was trying to tell someone that, and I was second guessing myself. No, you're right. It's the same. Like I said, I had to have somebody confirm the freaking crit rate thing I was talking about with the Ting, because a lot of people thought his build was the typical crit rate, crit damage attack, but it's really attack, crit rate, right? He gets way more of a conversion on crit damage off of crit rate. So it's a lot of Native American cultures will only recognize the lineage if it comes from the mother. Yeah, the mother. Yeah, that's very true. And it also depends on the it depends on a lot of different things. Different tribes do different things, but there are some consistencies in some. He said, "Is there a 2x event coming after today's reset?" I don't know. He said, "I feel like you should use your reset anyway, and then you have a choice. It's worth the gems. You get so much for free." Yeah. Oh yeah. It's definitely. Yeah. Definitely. I highly recommend using it because that's what I did. That's what I actually did. I was resetting stuff, testing certain things out, see if I wanted to use it, and then I decided on what I wanted to keep. And he said, "If I have Messiah, is it worth resetting Leon and going all in on Messiah?" I mean, you can. I think ultimately you're still going to build her as one of your fire DPS. So it's like if you want to reset her to take the lattice out of her, I think that makes the most sense. Like for sure. Because like if you want to go Messiah, like you don't really have a lot of lattice to work with at this point. So you got to kind of make a conscious decision, but eventually your account's going to flesh out. And if you were building Messiah now, then you'll build Leon later or vice versa. I feel like Messiah is going to be good though for just general content clearing, just because he can be slotted into so many things. But Leon also has her perks too. So it just all really depends on what you're doing and what else you have to make Messiah go crazy. And I would say with Messiah, if you do skill him up, it's a skill 3. He said, "How is your free-to-play account?" It's grinding right now. We're going through stages right now. It's so behind, though, Cat. It's like level 13. So I got to catch it up. But I'll be able to catch it up. It's not going to be that far behind. He said, "Could you advocate for an event calendar?" That's actually something I had pushed for a while ago. Was actually if they ran the 2x events, that they would have it set for like certain weekends so that players could plan for it. Event calendar though, like I don't think there's gonna be a calendar like preset for like the new events that come, like the limited ones. But I think for like stuff like that, they definitely need to have something to let players know so that they can plan accordingly. It's like, to me, it's always worked in games that have those types of systems really well. From the Summoner's War to E7, like whenever you knew there was a 2x event coming around, you knew like, oh, I need to save. Like you knew exactly. Okay, I need to stack up gems, or I need to do this. Like it just gave you fair warning. Like, all right, it's time to make that shift. I ain't gonna grind this today. You said, is there any unit you want specifically for this account? I want most things I don't have already, right? That's really it. Yeah, that's really it. I just want most things I don't have because I'm trying to I want to kind of play through it different. I'm probably going to go for a little bit more bulk on this account than anything versus the other account, because I think part of the biggest issue that a lot of people are having is that they're trying to do the DPS nukes, but they don't really have the stuff to do it. And so if you're going to go the more bulkier route, you probably are going to have to make certain or different investment choices, at least initially. You said, wait, is this a fresh account? A fresh, like global launch fresh, but not like I started it today. You can, Spongy. That's what I did, but I only did that because I had, like I said, I already had my Ramoka built. But if I didn't, I would have just kept my gray, to be honest. See, I'm just going through my my first time clears. Messiah's great though. He's nuts in the freaking Ethernet rally. But for the red side, that's gonna be interesting too. And I think he can be used on that team. Actually, he can be used on that team. He said, I reset my Leon for Ramoka. Oh, okay. I still use both. Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, that's fine. If it was like for the lattice so you could skill her 3. I get it. I get it. So shout out to Sania's useless. Why is she a rare SSR dark unit if no one uses her? No, people use her. They're using her in Terra Matan right now. So I wouldn't necessarily say she's useless. She's just not doing everything. So there's that. But I'm waiting to see though. I messaged Jack so I can see what his response is about everything because they might be trying to figure something out. I don't know. I have no clue. But yeah, I sent him a message about everything. So we'll see what they say. You said you don't need Dinah and Gray. Said one or the other, and Dinah is the better debuffer. Well, the only reason why, if you ever did run them together, is just so you could amplify the chances of Dinah's skill proccing more often. But if you skill 3 invest in her, she lands it quite often on her own. That's about it. I was like, other than that, it would be crit rate buff for him in a different, like if you're doing like Doki, and then yeah, Dinah for Terra, yeah. Yeah, you rarely would see them. I mean, you could do them both in the same team for Terra, because I was farming Hell too with Leon, Gray, Dinah. Who else was I using in that team? Valerian, I think, and I think Beoten. I think that was the team I did. And the only reason why I ran him was so that I could get the crit, because I wanted to make sure I was critting off of the crit damage buff from Beoten. But other than that, yeah, if it's for the defense break, Dinah literally can do that on her own. Nuke. Yeah, Beoten's nuts. I think she's bugged right now on her skill too, but yeah, she's like that attack up crit damage buff. It definitely helps a lot. Guess I have a Hein, Tia, Hellkid, Doki Doki, Freya, and Ramoka. Should I use the target summon yet? And if so, who? That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would say you might want to go a little bit further before you use it. It's that crit rate, crit buff does not stack. No crit buffs does not stack. Wait, Acid, what are you talking about? She gives a crit damage buff. Wait, you talking about? Oh, you're talking about Rosa and Gray. Okay, my bad. No, Acid's right. Yeah, I didn't see that. My fault, Acid. Yeah, Samuel, Acid's right. Crit rate buffs don't stat. I was like, wait, what's going on? No, he's right. He's 1,000% right. He said, why doesn't the hula hoop lady have a shell, or is it a video glitch? Huh? You said, why doesn't she have a shell? What are you talking about? Oh, I ain't put one on her yet. That would explain that. I actually just finished farming, what's it called? That's actually why I did it. And I forgot to put it on her. I just wanted to put an Unbridled Science on her. That's it. That's it, and that is all. Yeah, we're just doing the maintenance stuff now. He said, should I use my stamina capsules or save them? You can save them. I mean, at this point now, we're in the grind phase, right? Like, so you spend your stamina how you see fit. I would say you can save them until there's news about what's going to be happening with a 2x event. I mean, again, they haven't said anything officially, so that's just kind of something we're all just kind of waiting to see what they say. Wait, he said, oh, no, Dwayne, no, you're good. No, you're good. No, you're good. No, thank you for saying something, because I've been running her with nothing. And I would have been in something and been like, well, why is she working right? She's trash. No, I'm playing. So, no, I appreciate you for saying something, because I didn't even, like, look at it. No, you're all good. He said, in terms of value, would it be better to skill up Beoten or Hellkid? I have all the meta teams built already. Well, I mean, to be honest, it's a matter of, like, one, the applications are slightly different and, like, who you use and who you would use over who. But I would say for a lot of your, like, damage amp teams, like, even Beoten's, like, skill ups start to kind of play a little bit more into the sustain aspect. Like, it goes, like, for example, she gains more stacks of Underworld Flower. That's going to be helping you with being able to resurrect more than one person or more people, because that what I actually would say would be more of a play into, like, your PvP too, because the more Underworld Flowers she has, the more people she can actually bring back. Because remember, every time she resurrects, it uses a stack. The other thing is too is that that's more layers of damage reduction, and that's also a part of the turn meter push that she gives as well. So I would say like versus like Hell Kid, all of his stuff is just there to basically help with like scaling his shields more. So he gets like more of an attack modifier so that he can scale his shields and be more of a better or a better sustain. At least if we're looking at like the skill 3s for the most part. So I feel like Biotin investment is going to be high in value just because either one really can work because they both are valuable in PvP. I'm not going to lie. A lot of people are getting clapped by Hell Kids right now. But Biotin is definitely going to be kind of insane when you're starting to kind of think about how much more you can get out of her kit and her buffs and stuff like that. It's a lot more that can kind of come out of that. To be honest, her buffs are really huge, and then even when you're looking at like the turn meter push, that's another big thing too. And I would say for right now, her turn meter push is definitely better on manual play. But yeah, her value is like really, really high. I would actually like say like for me personally, like top 4 units in the game for like PvP, Biotin's in there. Biotin's definitely in there. Because she just has she has the capacity to actually be in so many team comps, and her value, like when you're like at in game, like true in game, you have her fully built up. That's like the worst thing is when you don't kill her and she can like bring back everybody basically, and then she turn meter pushes them. So it's like that is like the worst thing. That is the worst thing. You said Biotin makes my Leon hit like a truck. Yeah, she's a great damage enabler. She has a perfect balance of being able to help damage dealers, but also being able to help with sustain. You said yeah, that revive is so. You said yeah, it's so annoying. The revive. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like hers is like actually worse than Sania's. Sania's has a pretty bad one just because she stacks that was it all powerful protection, but Biotin's is actually really bad. Because it comes with turn meter push too. Is there a cheat strat for Shadow Sania for Terra Hell right now? So I'm seeing her on clears. It's not really a cheat strat. It's like a 50-something, 40-something second clear where they're using Shadow Sania. They're using I think like Valerians. I'm trying to think who else is in that. Lily, I think is a part of that. Pretty sure. But what they're doing is they're basically trying to stack as many poisons as they can and then detonate them as fast as possible. That's essentially what the strategy is. And they have to invest into, you have to max out Shadow Senia skill 1. I don't think they have Fangus in them. No. Maybe it might be 1 or 2, but I don't think Fangus is like the main extra in there. That's like yeah, Shadow Senia with the skill 1 maxed. And that is because it affects her passive. Her skill 1 literally makes her proc more poisons. Or sorry, more dots. So that's what I was telling you guys before is like if you build her, you either are trying to go for the skill 1 and the 2, or sorry, the 1 and the 3. But because they're manipulating it with Lily, it's cooling her down quicker so she can detonate more times. So that's a whole nother thing too. He said I saw one without fingers, just a 5-star Shadow Sania, S1 and supports. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Because she doesn't need really honestly, she doesn't need anything. Like she doesn't really need like crazy damage. Like she could be straight bulky as long as she's landing dots. The dots is based off of the enemy she's hitting. And when she detonates it, she's gonna just basically melt them. That's really what it is. He said, should we buy out the Animus shop? Wait, the Animus shop. Wait, is that the shop with the Animus shop? Wait, is that the Animus print? The Animus point shop? Or print shop? For dupes? So I got a lot of teams, but my dot team got me past a lot of content, and I'm going to finish scaling up Shadow Sania. Yeah, dot. That's why I said like dot. When it works, it works. It's literally what I said before. When dot works, it works. When it doesn't, it doesn't. So in the areas that dot works, it blasts everything. But when it doesn't work, it does nothing. So it's a double-edged sword. So there's some areas where it works, and then there's some areas where it just like straight up does not work. Yeah, dot, because dot is like, and that's the thing, is that's the reason why the build went from the Ting to Shadow Sania, because Shadow Sania doesn't care about how much HP you have. She doesn't need to crit or ignore defense. She's just doing damage based off of your own HP, and the more HP you have, the worse it's gonna be. So that's why there's a shift into Hell 4 with the Shadow Sania. She's easier. You don't have to build up your damage crazy. Yeah, they didn't nerf her. That's what I think. That's why I said it's like, it's kind of like they're blurring that part. It's like they didn't nerf her, because if they nerfed her, she wouldn't be working anywhere, right? She's still like blasting Terramatan, which, if we're being honest, when you're able to farm enough Terramatan and get a crazy amount of damage gear, you literally can do everything else. Like, there's no reason you shouldn't have the damage. Because if you can farm all the damage gear, like, there you go. You done beat Doki, you done beat Doki easier, and you done definitely beat Aurora easier. It just won't be, like, poison easier. You said this game's not meant for one team can beat everything. She don't even got other SSR on her main team. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you're right. For her, like I said, they really made an adjustment with her before, because she could, like I said, she could clear everything. She was able to literally clear everything in the game, and Dot was even oppressive in PvP. Like, that was the thing with Shadow Sania, like Obel, Shadow Sania. They adjusted Obel, they adjusted Shadow Sania. Like, they were busted. Like, and I mean, they're still good now, but like, bro, when I'm thinking like to the point where, like, if they have released the game then, I would have played Dot from the beginning. Like, that's how good it was. Like, I was like, oh yeah, nah, I don't care. Like, I said, forget that Leon mission. Like, and that was before they really made the missions the way they did. But yeah, when they had those missions, added those, even then I was still trying to play Dot, because Dot was just that good. Like, and you don't have to think about it. It just was like, oh, I got enough damage. And then what made Obel and Sania so good together, because Fangus and Sania are really good together, but Obel and Shadow Sania was so good just because Obel would stun, and then it would basically, in wave clearing content, it would force the enemies to take the dot damage before she even got to detonate it. And then when she would detonate it, it would just finish them off. So like, you would have like 6 dots on everybody. They're stunned. They eat the damage for the first turn. She extends it. Then she rotates into her next turn and then detonates all of it. Like, it is nuts. Like, in between her and Obel, like, Obel actually lowered the lattice investment requirement, because Obel can literally by himself put on like 3 to 4 like DOT procs by himself. So when people were doing like the old Inferno, they were literally doing it with Fangus, Sania, Obel, and who else is on that? It was Ashu. Like literally just going through content with those 4 units. Like, and it was crazy, because you would have the lockdown with Obel with the CC. Then you would have Shadow Sania extending all your dots. You would have Ashu adding more dots. Ashu was busted in that setup because he could silence. So he would literally AoE silence everybody. And so that's why I used him in PvP. I was using Ashu as my opener in PvP at that time. And I would just like straight up start out with the AoE silence. And it was just like, okay. And then you would go into the dot rotation. And as soon as Sania came around, dot detonation. That's it. GG. Like, there was no setup that was surviving that. And so, yeah, like it was definitely interesting to see like where the game is at now. But yeah, man, that's how it was. You said, what gear do you use for dot teams? You know what's crazy? A lot of dot teams is bulk. Like, you build, like, it's like literally HP and affect accuracy. And in a lot of cases, just affect accuracy. like speed affect accuracy. You got to speed tune Shadow Sania a little bit because she needs to rotate after all the dots are applied. But if she's solo dotting, she just goes fast. Like, so, yeah, it's definitely something that like I said, it wasn't hard to build either. Like, and so the team itself, like if one person leaked through and somehow got a hit, they weren't killing anybody because everybody on the team is bulky. You said, do you think health 4 Doki 8 out of 10 times is good, or is it bad since I'm wasting 2 stamina? No, bro. You can clear okay, for one, you can clear health 4. So it doesn't matter if you were only doing it 3 times. You can still clear it. And that like stamina loss, I mean, bro, you're gonna get that back and like when you like within the day, right? I mean, if you want to be super efficient, then there's like, yeah, sure, you are losing stamina. But like, to be honest, if you're on average anywhere, like in most runs where I would say it's comfortable to leave something on auto, if you're averaging 7 out of 10, that's like usually the average that I like to look for is like, oh, okay, I'm getting about 7 out of the 10 runs. So if you're at 8 out of 10, you're, in my opinion, you're above the current, what should be optimal to a player. You said, how much speed do you need to outspeed Hell Terra Matan? You need an additional 121 speed, Rocket Punch. And that needs, and that's meaning that like that's also on top of the cat, and those are like based off the characters that already have like an innate like 121 or 122 base speed. So yeah, you need quite a bit. That paired up with like Gigabyte helps. So yeah, that's why Shalcina is my favorite character. So I like her design, is helping beat content that stacks healers and defense on me. Yeah, like that team is so tanky. Like it is just not even, and that's how you know I played it, because I know exactly what the build is for it, and the team is so nuts. Like it's just literally stacked. But also I think that's why they added so much stuff since then for like defense ignore and like true revelation, because they were like, yeah, nah, we got to get rid of some of these bulky comps. Like they need to be countered. So did you reset anyone other than Leon? Were you asking me, did I reset Leon? No, my Leon's still 6-star. I reset Gray completely though. And that's only because I had Ramoka built. Do we need 130 for both H13 and H? Just about Rocket Punch, if I'm not mistaken. Like, you're going to be somewhere around that. But you're also going to be cutting with Gigabyte, too. You said, what's this account? This is my free-to-play account. OG. Said, people forget we only a weekend. It's impressive we could beat these things. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in reality, we're not really supposed to. But if you can... That's like, again, right? Like in the earlier portions of the game, Poison didn't really feel nearly as good as you would like it have felt, because HPZ and bosses weren't as high yet. But now that things are starting to super scale, you kind of start to see like, okay, I can use these a little bit more in the areas that they work. But again, that's why I said like for everybody else, you just have to build them. You know, because that's Shadow Senia's like thing. So everybody, so like that's the thing, right? A lot of people were like, and that's why the first day, for all you guys that were here coming in, that were like, hey, I got a Shadow Senia. Should I reset my account? I'm like, no. I'm like, honestly, you're gonna have a point in the game where you're gonna struggle at something. It just depends on like what point you want that to be, because ultimately you're gonna have to flesh out your account anyway, right? You said, what's good against Affinity Train? Should I build Viper for it? Viper's pretty solid in there. His attribute, I think, should be up to do it. Messiah might be the best DPS in there, though, between him and Rosa, I think. And Messiah basically can solo carry just because he freaking kills waves and gets invincibility, like, over and over and over. He pops off in there. Yeah, Messiah absolutely pops off in Affinity Train. He said, do you know who the other banner is and what element they are? The new ones coming? Well, you talking about Hoden and Hoyan? Acid? Because if it's any unit, I don't know what their attributes are, like set in stone. Like, I have no idea. It said, pulled the duper shots in today. I feel better about it now, even though I wanted Lily. Yo, so you know what? It's funny you say that because that's how people felt. Like they pulled the Lily, and then they would hear the response from people. People were laughing at them, and they're like, "Damn, like I feel bad." But I'm like, bro, like no, it's not that they're bad. You just don't want to necessarily start out with them first. Get your account flowing, and then you can start working things in. So that's what I said. It was just like, hey, it's gonna happen. Because I think Deity, I saw use Shadow Senia to do Hell for Terror. Yeah, but did it? That's the thing too. My man's got every character in the game. He better be beating it with every character in the game. Shoot. Bro, that's like, I was talking to him yesterday. I was like, bro, you got everybody? He's like, everybody. I was dying. He said Hoyan is blue? Green? Oh, I was like, okay, yeah, she's green. Holden, from the picture, at least it showed him as red. But the problem is we don't know what his kid is. So, we do not know what his kid is. He said, what kind of team am I looking at right now? Just a team. I don't know. My DPS died, though. I don't know how this is going to be sustainable. Yeah, you ain't have to do my team like that. Hold on. I'm going to throw in a healer. A better one. Not my attack scaler. All right, have fun. Yeah, I didn't see them die. All right, we should be good though with the double heals. He said Hoyan has an interesting kit. I hope it stays somewhat similar to what it is, because she was busted. He said, do you think there'll be an exclusive banner like Messiah or limited Freya? Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna have more of those. I definitely 1000% think that's how they're gonna do them. But you gotta remember, that's why I said this game is so different, because I don't even know how to really approach those banners, because this first rotation, they're dropping, and not even first rotation, but from every banner that gets implemented into the game, they're basically going to be putting that unit in standard banner too. So it's kind of like interesting, because it's like, man, like I like, dude, like I've never played a game where every brand new character basically gets put in limited banner, or in a standard banner. So there's gonna be some people that like go and do their pulls on standard banner and then they get them, right? Like they don't even have to worry about limited banners at all. You said momentum gear, procs. You said momentum gear work with dot. No, so momentum is okay, so it doesn't work in the sense that it scales the damage of dot. What it does is it actually, if somebody's hitting with momentum gear, whatever the base hit is, that does more damage. But dot itself does not do more damage off of momentum. So like if you're using a character that's doing let's say like you got a Dating equipped with momentum. If he's hitting into a character with a ton of dots on him, he's gonna scale his damage, right? But if you're putting momentum on a dotter, the only damage that gets scaled is basically the damage from the hit itself, not the dot. Because if dot scaled off of what is that, like, was like 30-something% more damage, like, bro, that would be nuts. I'm not even gonna lie to you, that would actually be broken if you were able to actually have momentum scale dot. Because dot already scales off of HP, and the more HP the opponent has, the higher it scales anyway. So yeah, that and then I think with like Shadow Senia's skill 3, when she detonates, let me see. So when she detonates, she just settles all the dots. But yeah, it's 4% of max HP at the start of turn. And so that gets Yeah, it gets up pretty high. Like it gets up pretty high on its own. So like the hit that would basically scale off of the momentum would be the 240% damage that she does if she was on a momentum build, right? Which isn't really that crazy. But then the dot is still its own thing. Multiple dots burst down. Yeah. You said is Shadow Senia worth build? If I mean, to be honest, she can be used. People are clearing her with clearing her and or clearing Terra right now with her. Like again, the more HP things have, the better. But yeah, she like poison works. Like when it works, it works. When it doesn't, it doesn't. So I would say like start her out. Like you don't gotta go crazy trying to like invest in her skills right away, but her skills definitely can make a difference in how well she performs. At least her skill 1 is you know, if that's invested in, that's gonna help you out a lot. Yeah, her skill 3, like I'm not gonna lie, I like always am torn between her skill 1 and skill 2 because her skill 2 is, or sorry, her skill 1 and skill 3. Her skill 3 is nuts if you want to detonate more, right? Like if you want to detonate more, she goes crazy. But the skill 1 is more of a requirement if you want her to be a solo dotter. Like if you really want her to just be like queen pen and dot on her own, she needs her skill 1. But if you got other people rotating in dots and you're able to move fast enough, man, that detonation goes so crazy. So you said it would totally be broken. That's why I need clarification. No. You're welcome, Saint. Because listen, I've thought similar stuff. Because I was like, yo, momentum. When I first seen that set, I was like, oh yeah, we win. I was like, dot wins, but yeah, it's not. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. So it's like it's still for raw damage dealers hitting into debuffers, unless somebody comes with like a unique gimmick or kit for it. He said, I'm still waiting for figures they had in the video sitting on the table when we get that. You said when we get that dropped. Oh, I have no idea, Acid. I'm gonna be 1,000% honest with you. You can ask any CC. They took our access away from like test servers and stuff like that. So I have no idea what's coming. Like I have zero idea. I couldn't even test like certain things just to see because we don't have it anymore. So it was like funny because I was talking to some of the other CCs about that today. They were like, bro, we don't have the access to the things, to the servers anymore. And I'm like, yeah. But they had a valid reason for taking it though. So it made sense. You said tired of the free-to-play account. Where's Deity account? Bro, I'm dead. Bro, Deity went ham. Hold on, we got some pulls though. We can throw some pulls. Where are we at in the pity? 67? Let's see. I don't know how many pulls done on this account total I've done. I have no idea. But I'm really hoping I just get different stuff. Got an Ashu. That was early. Yo, if I have the same average on this account, I don't know. If I have the same average on this account, that might be kind of broken, bro. Another Chiaki. That means it's gonna be something good. Thank you. Ooh, almost dropped it. Almost cried. Ooh, okay. So we're okay. Okay. I wasn't expecting an early Beoten. That's good. Okay, early Viper. Okay. We take Beoten. Yes, I know the figurines they had on the table, the plastic ones with the bases that had characters, they placed them on the tables during the last video they released. No, that's what I'm saying, Asset. I don't know when those characters are coming. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying I don't know when they're coming. So I know exactly which ones you're talking about though. Yeah. It says still waiting for Beoten to come home. Yeah, Beoten's busted. So we low key. This account's starting out pretty strong for fire. Leon. Yo, Leon, Veronica, and Biotin with a Mia. Yo, damn, really? All my SSRs have been red? Okay. You said, do we have an alt guild for second accounts? No. I mean, we might have another one though, TS. You have to check in the channel. They might still be recruiting for alt accounts. Cause I know like that, like I'm technically in another union, but I'm like, that's why I gotta catch up. Cause like they're 19, and I've been. Oh my god, why did I claim that? I didn't mean to claim that. There's more stamina for me to burn. Oh, you want the figurines? Oh, the figurines. My fault, Acid. I was reading that wrong. You want the figurines? Oh, dude. Oh, dude. You know what's crazy? Were you here yesterday when I showed everybody that I got like something from Tribe 9? Bro, tell me why when I posted that on my my Twitter account, I posted a picture of it. It went viral. Like I was like, yo, it went viral. Like I thought that, I'm like, swear to God, I thought the community was done. Like I was like, there's no way they already told us the game's EOSing. Surely nobody cares. So I added them and the creator of Danganronpa, and literally out of nowhere, people just was like retweeting it. Somebody posted a whole ass petition for trying to prevent the game from EOSing. I was like, when did all of this stuff happen? I'm so confused. So yeah, bro, I was like that. I didn't realize merch, figurines, and all that wasn't even a crazy figurine. That was just a mouse pad and some card pictures and a cell phone holder. And people was like, where did you get those? I was like, where y'all come from? Yeah, that was going crazy under that post. You said I missed Inoki from Tribe 9. Man, I missed it. I logged on that game and it's so depressing to get on. I did it last night because I was telling my Miss Zox about it, because she was like, you know, what happened? And so I was like showing her, and she was like, wait, they really EOS the game? And I'm like, yeah, it's up until November, but it's done. I'm like, it's literally the saddest thing ever. It is really sad. All right, so let's see. We need that. I guess we'll do another 10 of these and be done with it. Said just summon Chloros. Is this guy any good? Yes, he's actually very good. Top used unit right now in Hell 4 and Terra Matan. Really Hell 3, but yeah, he's in Terror. All right. You said I want to see Ms. Zox's let her pull. I just did my pulls, man. Oh, I lied. I got another multi. Hold on, let me get some more pulls and I'll let her pull. Because I think right now I just need to do hard Terror 3. Okay, let's go. It said a lot of companies never sell them about the art book and plushie from Summoners War Chronicles. I wish they would do that more often with a lot of these games. They give them away a lot of the times, that stuff. But sometimes if the game doesn't survive long enough, they never have a chance to get to the point of selling stuff either. Let me see something. Oh, my Leon is way too fast. Yeah, my green team gonna be suffering. My red team is kind of OP. Oh, damn. Now we get rotated. I also didn't put gear on Biotin, so that's kind of my bad, but... Okay, I just wanted to see. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty good. So we just gotta build up Biotin and we're good. So this game has amazing artwork. People would buy it even if they didn't play the game. Yeah, honestly, I really do like the characters in this game. Yeah, bro. I mean, I was just seeing. I just wanted to see what she would do. I didn't even put anything on her. Like, I was just like, oh, let me see what she does real quick. I don't have any gear though. See, this is my problem. I need to like low key farm. And what are we farming right now? We're doing shells. When in reality, we need to be doing. Might be able to actually skip if I speed tune this correctly. So where she's at 22. So that means that she needs a shell pet. All right, let me go ahead and get you a shell pet. We're gonna give you a unbridled science. Okay. Oh wait, that set is kind of trash for you. Oh brother, we only have. Okay, I was about to say. All right. Oh my God, early game investment shells. Imagine you were just here days ago. The artist, no, I have not heard anything yet. I'm waiting myself. If I get a response, I will drop a video. If they like respond to me at any point, just to let you guys know, I'll post it in my Discord too. But I messaged Jack and I'm just waiting. I'm like waiting right now. Because the loyalist side of Ethernet Rally, I think I did that. I think it was that side I did. All right, so we need some modules temporarily. I think I might take turn dot stuff. So let's actually save plan. Save plan. We're gonna give this to Biotin right now. Boom. All right, and then we're gonna give that to Biotin, so I don't have to think about it. Confirm placement. We're gonna take the shell, replace, take the level 10 one, replace, and then we'll update the plan. Biotin swap out. Boom. Okay, cool. All right, so that should make her a little faster. All right, there we go. She should rotate a little bit faster than my Leon. We got the pushback on my boy. Gray should be good. And we'll take turn dot out. All right, cool. You said I made giga shells. You said 4? Oh, 4 giga shells? Man, Gigabyte is actually really good. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, Gigabyte is actually really good. All right, so it should rotate the way I think it is. Yep, it rotates perfectly fine. So yeah, we're gonna take advantage of that that good old fashioned Biotin buff, and we should be able to nuke here on the defense break. Oh, not bad. It's not bad. You're not critting really, but or did she crit? I don't know. Oh, that's not bad. Damn, just from swapping one unit? That's crazy. Oh, my boy is dead. Oh, never mind. He back. Yo, Biotin is so funny. She said, oh, you thought he was dead? Damn. Imagine. Nah, my red team investment is about to be nuts on this account, though. Because I could definitely build the slower team having Mia. Yeah, we can do health 3. Then we'll be able to actually farm the more optimal. You said you said you got Dono on so later. Wait, what happened? You said Am I double dipping? Yeah, I'm farming shells in the background and modules I'm clearing for the first time. So my Jackal Guard I rolled, red speed. Wait, you said Jackal Guard? Wait, you're already farming Jackal Guard? Wait, are you in Asia? Japu? Like Asia server. Oh, that's right, that's right, that's right. Because some of you guys are what, 40, 46 already? You're 46? Because that's throwing me right now. Yeah, it's 46, I think. Yeah, 46? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm at 44 right now. That's why. I was like, wait. I'm like, how y'all got Jackal Guard already? Oh, yeah, we're getting clapped here. They said, yeah, nah, fam, you ain't supposed to be here yet. All right, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. No, I'm not stuck on anything. I'm just not at the level, so I gotta wait, and then I can farm the next one. You said that? Yeah, I know. Yeah, that. You're talking about like spender stuff going at that point now, because I didn't buy any of the extra pots. So I'm a little bit of a level shy. All right, cool. So this is almost done, and then we should be able to normalize our stamina a little bit. But hold on. I'm sorry. I like completely like missed that. I just got thrown off by the damn Jackal Guard. You said I rolled a red speed and a red HP. What should be my next passive for a shell? I can pass around. Is it red defense? Wait, red. Wait. Red speed, red HP. The passives in the third slot are not straightforward. So the passives in the third slot. Let me see if I can. Do they have any yet? I don't think so. I don't know if you can see them from here. Damn, no, you can't. So, all right. So I think I can show it from these pets though. No, you can't because they don't have a third passive. Yeah, the third passive slot is different. So hold on. Let me actually hold on. I got you. The third passive slot has a whole bunch of different passives that you can select. And they're based off of a few different things. All right, hold on. Let me check this here. Empower. All right, so passive effects on the third slot, right? So you said you rolled HP speed. You said let me get in game. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, those passives are different, bro. Because those passives you can roll final Animus damage dealt, reduce the Animus final damage taken. There's something called Shadow Guard, which if the Animus has the highest speed among all allies in battle, it reduces the final damage taken by up to 12%. If you have defense stance, if the Animus didn't deal any damage in a turn, reduces their final damage taken by 5% at max up to 3 stacks. You have synergy. So when the Animus applies healing or shield in battle, it increases the target's final damage by 1.5% up to 5 stacks. You have insight, which at the start of the battle reduces the Animus's effect res and effect accuracy, or sorry, increases, not reduces, their effect res and effect accuracy up to 60%. And this effect reduces by 20% at the end of the turn. And then you have gaze, which at the end of each turn increases the Animus's accuracy by 10% up to 5 stacks. And then there's a damage. Yeah, it's a lot. And then there's a damage increase for specific attributes, right? So increased reason, Animus, final damage dealt up to 12%, etc., right? Now, I would say assault would be like for your damage dealers would be more general because that's a straight 8% to everybody, right? But if you are looking to use that and to be, say, super optimal, it would obviously be catered to whatever the type is of the unit that has it on. So if it's like, say, a Rosa, then you would have it rolled for odd attribute, and vice versa. I would say if you want to make it general, though, then you would go for something like that. Either damage dealt or damage taken is pretty easy. Because the other ones are like based off of other stipulations. Like Shadow Guard's going to be kind of hard to use generally, depending on the piece. Because if like you don't have the highest speed among your allies in the battle, you don't get that final damage taken reduction. So it's like stuff like that. You said if it's for Kloss, for Kloss, I would go with something like, because usually she's pretty fast, but I don't know if she would be the fastest in your team setup. So I would say something like Shadow Guard could work on her. Shadow Guard definitely could work on her. Dauntless, again, is a little bit more general. So Dauntless is basically the same thing. It's just not as high of a percentage. I would say you could go for Gaze, which is it's an increase on your accuracy. So you could try to land stuff. Insight could work on her. Like there's those would be some of the main ones because you're not using her for the you wouldn't put any of the blades on her. You wouldn't go assault. You would definitely do like a Dauntless to either reduce damage that she's taking. Wait, you said they just announced S3 season 3. Wait, season 3 of what? Yeah, Insight. Yeah, Insight. I think is going to be like really solid because it starts high and it drops low. Oh, server 3. Oh, server 3. Somebody was just asking me. They were like, "When is server 3 starting?" I'm like, "Bro, I have zero idea." So they announced that, but let me see. Was it the CM though? Who was it? Oh, it was Neppy. Okay. Yeah, server 3. You said what difference do the servers make? Aren't they all connected? Well, what they do is they allow players to go through the beginner section of the game for the first week, and then they get integrated together. Is basically what they're doing. So there's beginner events that start that they try that gets separated from the next rotation of events. So like, okay, you'll notice it'll make more sense when we go into our next limited events. When you first start the game, the beginner events are going to happen no matter what, right? No other events can transpire though while those beginner events are happening. So they are trying to make it to where players are basically focused on those beginner events. So like the I think what is it? Like the we go over here. So I think some of them that were in that like that grouping of beginner events was like the 7-day login stuff. Oop, go here, go. So I think it's like the 7 days commission. I think is a part of that. I'm trying to remember what else. I think the 7-day check-in is a part of that, and I think Candy Party was one of the limited events. Or no, yeah, Candy Party was one of the limited events. I think that's that. Yeah, I think it was like referring to those. Because those are like the first events basically of the game. It's the Ling Lao, it's the Candy Party, and then there's the 7-day check-in. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to have like everybody go through those beginner events on the server first, and then they integrate them later. That's at least how they explained that they wanted to do it. So I was like, okay, I guess that kind of makes sense because it's actually something that's similar to what Raid does. Like when you first start an account on Raid, you can't join in any of the events unless you do the beginner event first, and that's about a 2 to 3 day window. So you're like locked into that, and then as soon as you go through that period of time, then you can jump into the rest of the game. The only reason why I think they could be doing something like that too is because of re-rolling, because that kind of cooks it a little bit depending on like what events are up, because that whole first week you have to play through, and like in reality, is anyone gonna want an account that's no. Actually, I think that they kind of cooked that whole thing a little bit anyway. Like if you don't get in, I really think they were trying to stop that too. I'm not really too sure because it wouldn't make sense to hop onto an account like I'm just pushing it because this account's kind of behind. But if you're talking about like 3-4 months like down the line, that server is gonna be so cracked, you ain't gonna be able to do nothing on there. So you would definitely want to start out fresh. He said, "Is there an end date for claiming Ling Lao? Said any more stam for a mission? No, there's no end date for it. It is there. That's what I think that's one of the perma missions. But I do think, and Sion, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you have to finish the Ling Lao mission to be able to start the 14-day mission? Because I almost feel like you had to. I like literally almost feel like you had to finish the Ling Lao mission in order to start the 14-day. Because I'm almost certain it rotates like that. Yeah. You said yes, you do? Okay, yeah. I'm almost certain. Because I was like, I remember it being like that. And it literally would not unlock unless you finish the Ling Lao mission. So you have to finish the Ling Lao mission in order to start the 14-day mission, which is for the SSR guarantee ticket. So that's why, like I said, this account's kind of like, it just depends. Like wherever I get is where I get, I guess. Because, yeah, there's still some missions I got to do that I don't think I'm going to get to right away. So it'll be unlocked, but I won't be rotating into the next event stuff. Yeah, because I got to get the outstanding gear, epic gear here. So yeah, you can't use it unless you get her. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're actually right because it literally says complete the task phases too. Yeah. You said, is it worth re-rolling? No, not in my opinion. I don't think it's worth because you can literally play like, bro. There's so much that like varies your account and like what you can do, how you can play. I think everybody's kind of coming to find that now. Like, there's some things you can excel at. There's others you're just not going to. So, like, there's, like, the only perfect reroll is to roll everything. Like, that's, like, really it, honestly. Because there's going to be something you're just not going to do nearly as well as you would like to. Especially if you're free to play. There's going to be some things you'll be able to do, but then there's going to be other things where it's like, dang, I'm hard stuck here right now. I just got to farm up. So, yeah, it comes with the territory. All right, so yeah, this account I think is just basically we're just farming up modules. We're gonna do hard 2 for now, so I can get some better ones. I mean, having Heinrich is much easier than without. Oh yeah, I mean that's a lot of units though. But then it's like also like when is Heinrich really necessary? You know, like it's like not until you really need to start stripping stuff. I mean the damage amp is still a thing, right? But other than that, you can I got all the way to what Hell 2 without having Heinrich. I like, and even now I have Heinrich. He's not built, so like I got all the way to Hell 2 without any of the LDs. So that's what I mean. Like it's like for me, it's like okay, it's more so a matter of like investment build versus like just the fact that like you have this unit and they'll be able to do it. I think that that's also some of the perks of like having some of the LDs too, is that they might be able to do certain things a little bit earlier without nearly as much investment. But yeah, I feel like once people get their accounts like fleshed out, stuff that people are trying to like squeeze runs on and stuff like that, people get more suboptimal speeds and stuff like that too. Like people are gonna look back at stuff and be like, yo, I'm clapping Hell 4 now. Like he said, does Dark Sonia still work in Terra Matan? Yeah. He said, I'm stuck on number 3 for both module stages and I can't beat Whitney Helmo. What should I focus, shells or he said, wait, shells are getting levels and skill ups on characters. So it depends. I would say like what Whitney, what was I doing for Whitney? Did I just die? Oh, I guess I'm getting rotated. And what am I targeting right now? I feel like we can just kill body here. But as far as like stuff you should focus, I always say focus shells. Then you go into your modules after. Like a lot of people don't believe me, but like up until I got to a certain point, I didn't farm certain things. Like for example, like my one character I have at level 50, I only went to farm the EXP for that because the game said I had to have a character at level 50. Um, so that was that. Like, right? Like there's like EXP farming. Like you really don't have to go that crazy trying to farm EXP. If you're first time clearing a lot of the stuff in the game, you're naturally going to be getting EXP books, and that'll help you take your characters up and stuff like that. You might have some windows where you might go do a few runs on EXP, but you're not gonna have like a whole day where you're just EXP farming. Not this early, at least. Most of your farming and your grinding, like a lot of my units don't even. I can tell you this, right? When I'm testing out stuff on my current account, my main account, I'm not even leveling units. I'm literally just putting the gear on them, and they literally work fine. Like half of my progression, I would say I used Dinah at 3-star. Like I actually didn't even realize she was 3-star until I had went and looked at it, and I was like, holy crap. Like she had no investment in her, and she did her job. So a lot of the like investment kind of goes into your what's it called? Your what are they called? Your DPS. A lot of your DPS. You said Hoyan trailer drop? Oh, hold on. Wait, you know we gotta watch that. Hey, that means Hoyan's coming then. Let me see. You said what effects for Dyna modules? You can run her literally on a Swift Rush and go effect accuracy. Effect accuracy and that's it. That's all I run on her. I actually just run effect accuracy on her. All right, we're gonna check this out real quick. All right, this. Oh, brother, hold on, chat. Let me pull this up. All right. No, don't play, you game. All right, there we go. All right, we're gonna swap over real quick. All right, so we got to talk about this too. All right, I'm gonna close that out for now. I'll open back up later. Let's see. Nope, wrong one. That's chat. Where's it at? Boom. There we go. Okay, guys. So let's check this out. Let's see what they did. Let's see if they're gonna show us the kit or if this is nonsense. All right. So let's see. All right. Yeah, professional streamer. All right. Yo. Hey, listen. Dude, Hoyan better cook, man. All right, so let's see what they actually did with her. Cause yeah, this has been a long time coming. Okay, with the Requiem music.
EOS がそっちに向かっている。油断はするなよ。安心してミサ。真の絶望を教えてあげる。
There the wings go. Oh, I never realized her wings separated like that. Oh, they selling her. Oh, that's Holden. No way we don't get to see any skills. That's all we get? That's it? Oh, that's the... Oh! That was the LD lady! Oh, bro, nah, yo, that's the... Yo. Okay, no, that's actually sick, bro. They think they slick. So that lady was shown, I think, oh my God, when was she shown? I think they showed her in one of I think it was one of the Hyper Talk videos. They did like a quick pan to her, but That's actually fire though, because that means that we're probably going to get a story segment about around these characters. I would assume. I would think that we would get a story segment around these characters, because the only thing that's like, dang, like y'all hyped up Hoyan, but they gave us nothing for Hoden, right? Except for this weird turn pan and him smirking. Like he looks okay. And here's the thing, right? I'm gonna speculate on a couple of different things here, right? Because I almost have this feeling that he's gonna have like something's gonna happen with the tattoos on his body, because that just is such a weird that's just a weird descriptive thing for him to have. Like it's like hands wrapped around. So I'm almost certain he does something like Grim Reaper type thing. Like it got to be something like that. Like I don't know, man. And then he can't see. So I'm just like, yo, what kind of unit is this dude about to be? Because Hoyan, if they kept her anything remotely like what she is, she's gonna be more than likely something either like mirroring Shadow Flame Hoyan, or they could have possibly kept her somewhat similar to what she was before, which was like the extinction type unit, single target nuke, damage amping, right? But with a character like him, I'm like, okay, there would be no reason for them to add 2 AoE units. So I almost feel, or 2 single target units. So I almost feel like he's going to be AoE. Like I don't know what he's gonna be, but I almost feel like he's gonna be AoE. And I feel like between the two, and I'm just saying, I feel like he might actually be kind of crazy at Terramatan. Like I low key feel like he might be, because he looks like insane. And it's kind of cool too that they like I said, this whole wing separation crap that they did with her, I wasn't expecting that. I didn't even know she did that. But it's like they really are doing like no drip marketing for him yet. And I feel like he's going to be crazy. You say, is he going to be a SR? I think he was supposed to, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I think from what we've seen, I think he was an SSR. I think he's an SSR. And so that's what we don't know yet, is if the banners are going to be double like SSRs or 2 banners up at the same time. So we have zero idea. And I'm going, again, with this lady here, right? This lady right here is for sure a LD. 1,000%. Like that is a LD. And the thing is though, I don't know if that's going to be our next rate up LD banner. And this means that we now are going to have, before the meta's even really like gone anywhere, we're going to have 3 new units coming into the game that could actually like completely change the infrastructure of what we got going. So these could literally be units that come in and like they flip PvP or they flip PvE. We have zero idea. And I will say, if we're talking about anything that was relevant to like old Hoyan, she was meta defining. Like she just was. So I don't know. It's like I don't know what these other characters are gonna be like, because they were literally meta defining. So yeah, I would say personally, if you like, and this is why I started saving, right? Like, because I was like, dude, like I don't know. Like y'all need to at least save, like try to get as close to 160 pulls so you can have guaranteed a rotation per banner, right? Because that's the beauty in this game too, is that we can actually aim for, and that's what actually makes this even crazier. If you're one of those people that have been saving for a really long time, bro, and like say you haven't done a lot of pulls and you were like, oh, I'm just gonna save until stuff hits standard, bro, there's gonna be people pulling these units off a standard banner. It's 3 new units. They're gonna go as soon as these units come into the game, and I don't know if they're all gonna come at the same time, but people are gonna be able to just like snipe these off the standard banner, which is crazy. So then if you go limited, then you just kind of eat at that point. You said Yuli looks like a disordered character, but Tiamat looks hollow, so I guess that means nothing. Yeah, I don't think the like what they visually like color coordinated wise. I don't think it has like it affects really anything, because even like some of the characters that were one attribute, they changed them. I think they just did it because of like certain pairings in the counter system. So Definitely, I think Messiah was the beta favorite, which is why we got Messiah's banner first. But she's definitely she's a waifu seller. Like 1,000%. Okay, like Messiah was the fan favorite, but she's a waifu seller, 1,000%. Hoyan too, because they knew what they were doing. They said, "Yo, we're gonna put the feet out there. That's it." But yeah, guys. So yeah, I would say definitely make sure you start saving, man, if you have it, because that's gonna be absolutely huge, to be honest. So yeah, I'm pretty hyped for it. Yeah, it should be something crazy. You said I heard she's a PvP unit, bad in PvE. Wait, who are you talking about? You talking about who? Hoyan? Wait, who are you talking about? Wait, you talking about Hoyan being bad? Oh yeah, those aren't real beta players. I'll tell them that straight to their face. Hoyan was one of the most broken characters in the entire game. Like Hoyan was very, very strong. Now the thing is that for PvP, she was literally the only DPS that can contest that meta. You got to remember when the meta that they're referring to was the beta before last, and in that beta, that's when they first implemented Lighthouse. They implemented what was it? Lighthouse, Artisan, and they also implemented something else. But that whole beta was all about implementing stuff for bruisers, basically. She was the only DPS that could counteract that meta. And that was saying a lot, because a lot of characters, like no one was able to hit her damage numbers. Like no one was able to hit her damage numbers at all. And so from that meta, or from that test in that beta, they were able to readjust the stats on the stuff that was implemented for bruisers. So now bruisers are normalized. They were overscaled, and she was still the only single target DPS being used. Like she was the single target DPS that you use. In PvE, she single clapped every boss minus Doki Doki, because it's all AoE. But Aurora, just herself, single target damage, highest damage ceiling in the game. On Terra Matan, she was the single target damage nuke for that as well. So she had an obscene amount of damage for no reason. Like everybody's like hyping up the Ting. Ho Yan's damage was nuts. Yeah, she hit harder than the Ting. That's what, so like when they took her out of the game, the Ting was the replacement for her. He wasn't the first pick. Built up Ho Yan was built up on momentum, and you would have her you would just put her on the team with a whole bunch of debuffs. What you would basically manipulate is you would force the arm to hit you. She comes back, and or when she's like, her death prevention mechanic would cause her to actually use her skill 3. And when she uses her skill 3, she buffed herself by 40% attack. Like, I don't think that's like, bro, she had a 120% attack ceiling that she could just scout herself up off of, with already like a 400 and like, she had like a 480 something percent like modifier already. Like she was like, it made 0 sense. So you put her on, you would put her on like crit rate, crit damage, and attack, and then you would just force proc her to use one of her damage amps, and she could literally single target nuke Inferno Terra Matan. Like she was nuts. So when we went into the rotation of the beta and they took her out, I was like, oh, that kind of makes sense. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense, because she was doing a lot. But yeah, dude, like with her multipliers, she had the highest multipliers in the game. So that's why I was like, I don't know like what they're gonna do. Like, so they said they were readjusting her. So that's old Hoyan, right? But new Hoyan, we don't know. She might be like somewhat balanced more. I would think she might be a little bit more balanced. But you know, there's also the matter of fully scaling up a Hoyan. right? So it's kind of that. You said she's a PvP unit now. I can see that. If they shift her to more PvP, I would completely understand it. You said you mean 480% multiplier of damage. Yeah, that's what her multiplier was on her skill 3. And then she could amp herself by an additional, it was like one something, it was like 120 or something like that. But it was off of her using her skill 3. So she was very similar to Chloros. So a lot of us thought that she was going to be the replacement, and actually she was better than Chloros because she also extincts characters as well. So if she killed you, you weren't able to resurrect. So she was like a direct counter to like Biotin basically at that point. And really honestly any character that was reviving because she just hit hard, like so hard, even attribute disadvantage didn't really do much to her. You said when are they dropping her off? I have zero idea, bro. They didn't say anything. This is just like a PV Hoyan trailer, I guess, just to kind of hype her up some. But yeah. And if I remember correctly, hold on. Let me check something real quick. This is why I love YouTube, bro, because I am the type of person that records everything. And let me see. I've saved every character's kit. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. No, Leon, no, SR, SSRs. Let me see. Let's see. All right, let me see. All right, so I think this one had... I can tell you the exact number she had. Is this the beta with her? She had Lilith, Hellkid. That's Lily, Bealton. No, so this is before. So let me see if I have it in this one. I might have it buried in my damn archive somewhere. Let me see. That's SRs. Okay, so yeah, I didn't press and hold it to see. All right, let me see if I can show you guys this. Yeah, so, oh, that's right. She did have a hill block in her skill 1. Let me see if I can show you guys this. Is it showing it? Okay, there we go. All right, so this is, so I wasn't able to, I guess I have to find the one where I actually saved the skills. But bro, like, so she had a hill block in her skill 1. You would build her with like Void, which for those of you guys that don't know what Void is basically a pet that makes it to where your character can't be targeted by single target abilities. They can only be hit by AoE. They recently changed it before the game release to where now if you're hit by an AoE, it actually reduces the damage. So that was not how it was before. Before it was just if you got targeted or they couldn't target you, right? But now it's actually, it reduces the damage of AoE hits. So that's gonna be nuts on people that's using single target units. Law of Silence. That's gonna be nuts on for people using single target units. And the way it works, because a lot of people thought it was just gonna be bad because they're like, oh, don't you have to go for it to activate? It activates at the start of battle. So that's basically that shell. That shell is going to be him when people really start building into those cleavers like that. But like her animations are sick, bro. So I don't know if they kept them the same, but it looked like she looked fairly the same. So oh yeah, she always did have the wing separation thing. So that was like, what was that, like a 50k crit on that with no buffers? Yeah, that was like, that was like a 50. So I have her built on momentum right now too. So she was still like on anything she could hit and then, again, this is like end game though, right? 50k crit minimum. for all of her hits, basically with her skill 3. But her skill 3 would basically amp her, and you would see the buff. And actually, even when you kill her, let me see if it kills her here. When it kills her, it actually causes her to come back, and she'll skill 3, right? So boom, she dies. Oh, you thought. She restores her health. She skill 3s again. This is why this character was a problem. Like, because like you had to deal with that. So if you target focused her, and then look, I get the skill 3 again. Like, she was like 81k. Because every time she ults, she scaled her damage. Yeah, now, did you see that, right? This is with no debuffs. That's with no debuffs, bro. 81k crit with no debuffs. No defense break. No, like, and then her normals hit harder too. So she's critting for like 12k a hit. So it's like, dog, no, like no, bro, like that's no. So I don't know if she's anything remotely like that, she's gonna be busted, like for sure. Like if she's anything like that. But yeah, she could ult, like it was like the skill 3 start. If she got killed, she could skill 3 again. You would have to probably rotate like another like 2 turns or so, and then she could skill 3 again. Like she like skill 3 happy. And so it wasn't hard for her to hit that point of amping her damage. You said, is there a unit that scales up a defense in this game? Yeah, there's a few. Rahu, you got Rin, you got Mizuki that just got put in the game. Trying to think, there's definitely some others. I'm blanking right now. But yeah, there's units that scale up a defense. You said this is a new unit? Yeah, this is Hoyan. This isn't what she is going to be, though, coming into the game. This is what she used to be. So in betas, she was like, this is what she was like when she was first implemented. But yeah, dude. So yeah, that's like the funsies with oh yeah, Tsukiyomi. Yeah, Suki. Yeah, Tsukiyomi. Yeah, that's the funsies with the with characters from the olden times. You said Shell's good from Sharon. Oh, I don't even remember what Sharon drops. Pretty sure it's like what, Supernova and something else. I think Supernova. Yeah, Supernova's good, and Dark Moon is good in some scenarios. You just have to be aware of the targeting on that. But Supernova's good. I would say at least for like some of the progression push, like that's gonna be something you could run on like Ling Lao, Mia, really honestly any like raw healer. To be honest, most of it I still would say you're gonna be farming the one before, which is Nico Nana for like White Fang, Gigabyte, Artisan. Yeah. You said she's OP. Does she have a release date? Whenever the next banners rotate, I don't think they've dropped a release date yet for it. You said RTA, it's funny to see my 260 speed Ling Lao just make people insta concede. Yeah, Ling Lao, fast Ling Lao is pretty annoying because you got to deal with her constantly healing everything that you do. And then she's bulky herself. So I know, again, Hoyan, her attribute before was hollow. So she was an answer to characters like Ling Lao. Like she could just straight up like cleaver. So I'm interested to see what they do with her. It's pretty exciting stuff. Pretty exciting stuff. But all right, guys, I guess what we're going to do today, I actually want to start getting in the habit of doing this. We're going to actually go and try to raid somebody. I'm going to let my video go live. Let me see. I guess we're going to raid somebody today. If I can find the raid button. Who's streaming right now? Because Deity done raided me like 5 times. And I feel like none of the people I'd be wanting to raid be up. You said Ravashu or Ravashtu? Okay. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I know who this is. Oh, okay. I've rated Ravashu. Actually, we follow each other. What the hell? Yeah, I actually know who Ravashu is. Okay. My man is just chilling right now. He over there gaming. Hold on. Yeah, let's do that. Dude, I wish we could raid on YouTube, but like unfortunately, like YouTube does like absolutely nothing for that. Maybe soon. Or actually no, we can, but like people have to allow you to raid to their channel. So there's always that. All right, guys. So I'm about to head out. We'll be back tomorrow. Make sure you guys show Ravashtu some love. I think he's doing maybe something with something. Oh, he's doing Doki Doki. So yeah. Make sure you show him some love, man, and let him know I sent you. I'm about to head out. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Everybody stay blessed. I'll catch you guys later. Wait, I gotta start the raid first before I can end the stream. Hold on. Hold on. I'm out. Never mind, I'm not. Yo, appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you, Quick Fox. So appreciate all of you guys, man. You guys all stay safe. Oh, guys, last thing too. I'm gonna have the for those that were interested in like account reviews and stuff like that. You can reach out to me if you want. So I'll have like the Patreon and all that stuff going later, but I'm just trying to get that fixed up. And oh, we gotta announce the winner tomorrow. So remind me, guys, for the giveaway. So I'll be doing that tomorrow. All right, guys, take it easy, stay blessed. I'll catch you guys later. All right, guys, peace.